din që numri I femrave pra që marrin trashëgimi prej prindve nuk është sa I djemve në të rast ose I burrave që pasojnë.
And if you don't think that's a big problem for Kosovo's future, you haven't been paying attention. Because when women are at the table, when women are part of the decision-making process, the results are positive for the whole country. Studies show that when women serve in government, public health budgets go up, and governments are less corrupt.
The main objective of this project was the development of the portal to enhance transparency of public expenses. This was achieved by collecting and structuring information about public contracts that have been signed by institutions. Internationally and domestically, we have many women increasingly more participating in the labor force.
I'm trying to embed transparency and accountability.
You were discussing it some sessions ago, also things related to domestic violence, and I think that's one of the great assets of our system, because I'm really an independent officer, you could say, in the whole system.
To nije bila inicijativa samih lokalnih samouprava, oni su funkcionirali kako su funkcionisale do tad, nego je bila inicijativa od strane organizacije civilnog društva. Nažalost je to tako i u ovom prostoru gdje živimo, organizacije civilnog društva punjavaju te praznine u komunikaciji između samih građana i institucija.
Kosova vazhdon të mbetet modeli më I mirë I trajtimit të komuniteteve.
USAID is helping Kosovo embrace greater participatory governance for improved services and enhanced public trust.
Përfshirja e grave edhe në jetën intelektuale dhe atë politike, por mbi të gjitha në atë ekonomike ndihmon edhe në zhvillimin ekonomik të shtetit.
Don't just sit back and complain, just represent yourself, speak for yourself and others in your community, and most importantly, act.
We designed the week to bring you together to ask the hard questions. In an inclusive way. And you did your best in taking the courage to make them speak out and be directly accountable to yourself.
Everyone, on behalf of the National Democratic Institute, I want to welcome you all in Kosovo or wherever you are to the 2020 Week of Women. Although this year's virtual Week of Women looks very different than in years past, I hope the conversations you will be engaged in over the next 2 days will continue in the tradition of this annual event and spark both energetic dialogue and meaningful action. My name is Derek Mitchell. I am president of the National Democratic Institute. Before I make a few remarks, several thank yous are in order. First, I'd like to thank USAID for its strong and long-standing partnership with NDI in Kosovo, including via the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, or CEPS. We are deeply grateful to the USAID team in Kosovo, especially Lisa Magno, Christina Davis, and Albana Kusari. I want to send my particular appreciation to U.S. Ambassador Koznet for his strong support for our work. You will hear from him in just a moment. Thank you, Ambassador Alan Bowman and the Embassy of Canada to Croatia and Kosovo for your partnership, as well as UN Women and Vlora Tutsi Nushi for your support of this year's event. And I'd like to extend a particular welcome to several others joining us today. Acting President and Assembly Speaker Osmani, Prime Minister Hoti, Deputy Speaker Nagafsi, members of the Assembly of Kosovo, Kosovo's Foreign Minister Haradinaj, former President Yayaga, good friend, former Prime Minister Kurti, former Deputy Prime Minister and Chief Negotiator Adita Tahiri, and of course, you will hear from our own NDI Chairman, Madam Secretary herself, Madeleine Albright. I'm also delighted we are joined by NDI board members, as well as a variety of other diplomats, officials, and other supporters of our work, including from USAID headquarters in Washington. I want to thank the assortment of distinguished women leaders from around the world who will be joining various panels over the next day, as well as an array of other partners and staff who are joining. And finally, I am so very pleased to be amongst past Week of Women graduates. Thank you all. We come together today across time zones and geographies and in front of our very devices to continue the global struggle for gender parity. For more than 35 years, NDI has supported women's rights to equal and meaningful political participation in the knowledge that gender diversity and all types of diversity improves the quality of decision-making and positively impacts the lives of citizens. We have witnessed through the thousands of women whom we've been privileged to support in Kosovo and elsewhere that women bring essential perspectives to leadership. We have also witnessed progress in gender equality. Over the last 20 years, the percentage of women in parliaments globally has nearly doubled, and women are increasingly taking on positions of power as civil society activists, political party leaders, and leaders at all levels of government. Yet, women continue to be denied an equal seat at the table. At the current pace of change, it will take 95 years to close the gender parity gap in politics. This is despite the adoption of formal gender inclusion mechanisms, such as gender quotas in more than 80 countries, including Kosovo. In addition, women politicians continue to face direct threats of physical violence, psychological attacks, and use of derogatory language. NDI's global initiative, Not the Cost, Stopping Violence Against Women in Politics, is a call to action for all stakeholders to raise awareness of this threat, to call out perpetrators, and to make violence against politically active women as unacceptable as any other form of violence against women. I'm especially proud that in 2012, NDI and President Yayaga brought together more than 200 international leaders in Kosovo to draft the Pristina Principles, guidelines and priorities aimed at eliminating barriers to women's full political and economic participation. In the end, we need to move not only towards equal numbers of women in politics, but also toward advancing an entirely new political ecosystem, including not only institutions and rules, but norms and behaviors that support gender equality and diversity. Now, I had the privilege of visiting Kosovo for the first time as NDI president in May of 2019. It was a short but memorable visit. I was overwhelmed by the commitment and vision of the women leaders I met. I remember in particular meeting a whole room full of strong, committed, and resolute women, many of whom were alumni of past Week of Women meetings. Thanks to many of those I met then and many of you out there today, Kosovo is also making important progress on gender equality. The 2019 parliamentary elections saw more women elected than ever before, and many outside the gender quota. 39 women were elected, 23 of them without the quota, representing 32% of the current composition of the parliament. I must note that 5 of those elected women are Week of Women alumnae. It is wonderful that graduates of the Week of Women are taking up leadership positions across Kosovo society. Yet we cannot deny that women in Kosovo remain at a distinct systemic, economic, and political disadvantage. And during this pandemic, NDI's polling in Kosovo shows that women have disproportionately borne the brunt of the increased household workloads and decreased job opportunities. So again, we must frankly confront the barriers that keep women from participating fully in public life, from being heard, and from leading, as organizers and activists in their own communities, as municipal leaders, up to the highest levels of government. We must recognize that in order to achieve this, it is not enough for women to assume responsibility, but men must do more and become champions for gender equality for the good of their country. The Week of Women is a particular moment for us to do this together. So over the next 2 days and beyond, in this unique cross-ethnic setting, we are bringing together more than 120 women and men from a spectrum of Kosovo's political parties, civil society, business, media, and academia to explore how everyone may better contribute to this cause. The Week of Women will provide you all the chance to hold your representatives to account while simultaneously developing and shining a spotlight on women's leadership, all of which will contribute to NDI's goal of changing the face of politics, as we have branded our Women's Political Empowerment Initiative over the past year, and advancing the UN's own campaign to accelerate the pace of change to end gender discrimination by 2030. So let me close by commending our stellar NDI Kosovo team. First, my very good friend, Ambassador Nancy Soderberg, whom I've known for more years than we both care to admit. She is first rate. I'm so proud that she is leading our NDI Kosovo office and hope she gets out to Kosovo very, very soon. Malone Kurhasani, Pranvera Lipovica, and the entire team, all of you, thank you so much for overcoming so many obstacles to put together such an impressive gathering. The NDI Kosovo team is as good as they come, and I thank you all. And again, thank you all to everyone for participating. And now I'm delighted to invite the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues, Kelly Curry, to offer welcoming remarks. And we thank her for her support on behalf of the United States in service of global gender equality and women's leadership.
Hello, I'm Kelly Curry, the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues. It's my honor to welcome you to Kosovo's Week of Women and speak to you about a few issues that are near and dear to my heart. Under the leadership of the Trump administration, the United States has advanced women's empowerment through its Women, Peace, and Security agenda and the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. We are committed to the full and meaningful participation of women, politically, economically, and socially, because when women are engaged not only in their own futures, but also those of their society more broadly, countries are more stable, prosperous, and peaceful. 2020 was a seminal year for women's empowerment. This year marked the 20th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which recognized the importance of women's protection and meaningful participation in global security and peace efforts. Since the passage of UNSCR 1325, the U.S. has been the global leader on women, peace, and security, becoming in 2017 the first country in the world to pass comprehensive national legislation with wide bipartisan support. We further reaffirmed this commitment with the release of the U.S. strategy on WPS in 2019 and the State Department's WPS implementation plan this past June. We also prioritize preventing and responding to violence against women and girls, especially in conflict and crisis-affected areas, through our policy and foreign assistance. This is a human rights imperative, and addressing this threat fosters both greater economic prosperity and civic leadership. Advancing WPS is not an endeavor that we, the United States, can or should take on alone. It requires cooperation and collaboration with our partners and allies around the globe, including Kosovo. This year has also been significant due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The U.S. recognizes the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on women around the world. Women are experiencing significant spikes in violence, facing economic instability, and working tirelessly on the front lines, as well as caring for their families. The U.S. has responded to these concerns not just with rhetoric, but in practice. Through the Department of State and USAID, the U.S. has provided more than $1.6 billion to date in health, humanitarian, and economic assistance, including funding for survivors of violence to gain greater access to emergency assistance, improved protections, and justice during this time. As we look to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, we must position women to be drivers of economic recovery at all levels, local, national, and international. One way the U.S. is doing this is through the WGDP initiative, our first ever whole-of-government approach to advancing women's economic empowerment globally. In WGDP's first year, we reached 12 million women, and we are on track to achieve our goal of empowering 50 million women across the developing world by 2025. To date, WGDP has leveraged hundreds of millions of dollars in new partnerships with the private sector and other governments, and our embassies and missions are helping to drive policy change around the world. This year, we have specifically looked at 5 areas of law where removing barriers to women's economic participation will have the greatest economic impact: accessing institutions, building credit, owning and managing property, traveling freely, and removing employment restrictions. The White House Council of Economic Advisors has found that reforms in just these 5 areas of law globally has the potential to unlock $7.7 trillion in additional annual global GDP. Now especially, that is value that we can no longer afford to be leaving on the table by keeping women on the sidelines. The U.S. is building a strong foundation for worldwide consensus, including through multilateral fora, to advance opportunities for women to meaningfully participate in the economy, governance, and security and peace efforts. Through support for these foundational principles, we have the opportunity together to change the futures of millions of women and girls around the world. The U.S. engages closely with Kosovo on both WPS and WGDP issues. My office has engaged with the Ministry of Justice, for instance, on efforts to counter violent extremism and support survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. Kosovo is also a signatory to the U.S.-led Global Call to Action on Women's Economic Empowerment, which was launched in October. The U.S. and Kosovo have enjoyed a great partnership, one that I hope will continue to grow. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome to the 8th edition of the Week of Women. In the past 8 years, the Week of Women became a platform very important for taking or discussing with representatives of politics and elected officials. Let's change the face of politics. Now is the time. This is the topic of a Week of Women of this edition. Today and tomorrow we will be discussing with various international local officials on this topic in very important sessions. Now we will start with the first session, which is politics in digitization age, opportunities and challenges for women, participation of women in politics. Equal participation of women with men is key, and local and social media platforms have proven very important for mobilizing masses, but often these platforms were not friendly with women. And NDI has defined with 3 topics. It is the effect to have less women participating, and some are censored and leaving politics. During this session with the panelists, we will be discussing gender equality in context of digital media and social media, and we have the honor in the panel to have acting President of Republic of Kosovo, Ms. Vjosa Osmani-Sadriu. Welcome, Madam Vjosa. I hope that you hear us in this live link. Yes, greetings. Thank you. and Ambassador of United States, Mr. Philip Kostnet. Greetings, Sir Ambassador. Ms. Osmani will start. We know that something was done on gender equality, but it does not suffice. Not the extent we would like to see, but if we discuss since 20 years what is the current state of affairs and what is the level and the participation of women in politics. Thank you once again for this opportunity for the 7th time since years now to address all organizers and especially participants in the Week of Women. This very important topic which discusses changing politics and you say this should be done now, but I say well, we are late. And without full participation and equal participation of women, politics is impossible. And from organizers, I was required, because since this is a discussion with Ambassador Kostnet, to discuss in English, but you can explain to me, I don't know if you want me to speak in Albanian or in English as was initially required. Please let me know. You may choose. If you want Albanian, you may continue in Albanian. If you want English, then no problemo, because interpretation is provided. And English is there, so interpreters are there, so as you wish, ma'am. Since it was initially requested and it was foreseen that there will be a discussion with Ambassador, let me continue in English, and I believe that also it's easier for interpreters into Albanian. So let me continue in English, and then at the end I will go back into Albanian.
Ambassador Kerry, Ambassador Michelle, all of you present, it's a pleasure to address you, although virtually, on this extremely important topic. I've been really fortunate to work with all of you throughout my entire political career, learn from so many of you, as well as be part of your programs throughout the years that have helped me enormously, but not just myself, but so many women in Kosovo and beyond to be where they are and to have the voice that we have today. Still, we all understand that a limited number of women hold leadership positions globally, and the same applies to the Republic of Kosovo. And although in the last parliamentary elections, the majority of women MPs have secured their seats at the parliament without the need for a gender quota, and this was an indication that the voters and the citizens of Kosovo overall are starting to recognize the benefits and the positive contribution that women bring to the lawmaking and policy-making process, and generally to institutional leadership. It was also an indication that the citizens of Kosovo want more women in politics, more women at the table where decisions are made for their future. It is extremely important that for the first time we have a woman speaker, and this is not about me and the name per se, but it is about the example that was given, and in the leading of the 2 out of the 3 most important institutions of the country. But all of us as women need to understand that just us having these seats in decision making is not enough. It will only be enough when we have 2 main conditions fulfilled. First is that women and men start off from the same starting point, which is not the case. And of course, we'll be able to discuss that when it comes to campaigning and doing politics in general. Secondly, it's about making sure that once we are in politics, we use that opportunity to resolve the problems that our citizens are dealing with. It's not just about being present. It's about making sure that our voice is heard, so that we're not just a number somewhere. And I think women in Kosovo, in the parliament and elsewhere, in this office of the president that I'm standing right now, and in other institutions, are showing exactly that we bring quality, we resolve problems, we contribute to resolving issues that deal with the everyday lives of the citizens in a much higher fashion and quality than many other men in politics. And this needs to be recognized. And we need to say this out loud, because only in this way we will help build the path for other women that will come to leadership positions in the future and do extraordinary work, like the many women that are doing extraordinary work during the COVID-19 pandemic in Kosovo and around the world. And these illustrate why women should occupy more decision-making positions. As you know, these women have been able to unify the public and to engage people on the importance of changing the everyday behaviors around the pandemic to help contain the virus spread and to flatten the curve. And that's exactly why the countries that are led by women are the ones that did best in managing the pandemic. When it comes to the issues that you've made at the beginning on the online presence and the social media, I think that these in particular have contributed to an enhanced participation of women in politics, because if we were entirely dependent on the political parties, normally they give much more space in most cases to the men in the party, so they kind of occupy most of the space in the media and elsewhere. So the social media has given the space that the women did not have before, so that they are heard by the public. However, the impact of social media and the higher online presence is also twofold. On one hand, they provide the space for representation of everyone and the possibility to defy the stereotypes, but on the other hand, the online space can turn into a space of media bias, gendered misinformation, online harassment, and online abuse. And we've seen this on countless of cases in the past couple of years in Kosovo and elsewhere in the world. So although the internet and technology have benefited women, both in terms of power and visibility, as well in the terms of access and opportunities, at the same time, those have also exposed them to various forms of online violence, which we've been discussing in the past year together with NDI in the various programs that they've had with the aim of empowering women in politics and in other jobs. So all in all, I believe that... Excuse me?
This part, the last part, when you spoke about social media and opportunities, because in political parties it's true that men are given the opportunity to sit in front of cameras. I would like, in this context, the question for Mr. Ambassador as well, disregarding the opportunity. Social media were not very friendly with women, and maybe violence in politics and misinformation started in social media. And you have to be a woman to take everything and not censor herself or step back in politics. Mr. Ambassador, what is your opinion about the new media, social media? Do you think that they provide better opportunity to women, or they have increased the risk leading to less women showing or appearing in these media and in public?
I apologize. I'm unable to access the interpretation, but I'll be happy to offer some thoughts. So I'd like to say that I'm very grateful to be here this afternoon alongside President Osmani, Derek Mitchell, Ambassador Curry, and throughout this entire conference, we're going to hear from amazing speakers, people like former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who is one of my personal heroes. I'd just like to echo some of the things that Acting President Osmani and the other speakers were saying, namely that we've seen great progress in Kosovo in recent years in the rise of female leaders in the political world. And I'm happy to say that these are not just women who are being selected under the quota system. We've seen increasingly in elections that voters are choosing women beyond the quotas because they recognize that these people as individuals are the best leaders for the country. And I think that we need to continue to see and to create opportunities for women to take leadership positions, not just in politics, but also in business, also in non-governmental organizations, in the cultural world, because there are no limits to the ability of women to contribute to fields, to all fields. And I think that it's important to note that the challenges that women face in taking leadership positions, including as Acting President Osmani noted, the misogyny, the sexism that is only amplified in social media, are not unique to Kosovo. We see this challenge in the United States as well. But I don't want to be overly negative. As we've seen, the voters in the United States have just elected our first female vice president, who is also half African American, half Asian American, the child of immigrants. So I think that it's fair to say that the American dream is still alive and well. So the last observation I want to share is that we talk a lot in the United States and also in Kosovo about the importance of diversity. And for many years, I observed in the United States that organizations would focus on hiring more women, bringing more women to the table, promoting women to election. Same thing for members of minority groups. But that it's not enough just for women and other traditionally underrepresented individuals to be at the table. Their voices need to be heard. So we need to focus on inclusivity, not just on diversity. That hiring people or electing women, it's only the beginning. And we need to continue to make sure that every voice is heard and that women have the opportunity, that they create the opportunity to be leaders. And this is not a gift that men are going to bestow on women. Women do not need anyone to give them power. They're quite capable of taking power. And I think looking at the sort of visionary and talented female leaders who will be speaking throughout this conference, that the young women of Kosovo, the young women of the United States can be confident that opportunities will only increase for them. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and sorry for the translation. I didn't know that you didn't hear, but it is the last question. Pyetja e fundit, zonja Presidente, vetëm
the issue of misinformation, maybe you have faced this issue, and how many women who wanted to aim at politics, but they didn't. So what is your advice how to face with this misinformation and the other things that happen in social media? Please, in brief, because then we will move to the next session. Let me speak in Albanian, hoping that the ambassador will hear the interpretation. A long political career in order to have you less empowered and to stop your voice, that you as girls and women work for ages, you will be facing a lot of insults and assaults that you never thought of in your life. But only remember one thing: if you give up, it means that you're not giving up for yourself, but you're giving up for all the women that come later, all the girls and young women who look up to you, hoping that you will have the fight, you will win the fight against misinformation and all the assaults, aiming at lowering the voice of women in politics and decision making. Despite all the comments and negative assessments that may come in social media and elsewhere, and if you look at them, like over 90% relate to the way you look, or your weight, or your face, and the fact that you're a woman, and it is some sort of violence in social media. It is gender-based violence, but not even 10% relate to your work. So focus on that 10%, which could be good criticism, because that can help you in the quality of your work and a better interest and the best interest of public, and ignore other attacks on gender-based violence. who try to dismiss all the efforts made by women since decades to have this voice. So let's stage this fight all together to eliminate, bring down these barriers in order for other women and girls in the future not to face with the things that we face nowadays. With your message, I would like to conclude this mission. Thank you for this session, very important topic. Dear participants, we have to continue with the next session, which is assembly. He joined in diversity, and the MPs will discuss on their role in society and what the assembly can do in advancing its role in Kosovo society. We will have a panel with Arvina Govsi, Deputy Speaker, Laura Nimani Ainuni, MP and Chair of Women Caucus, and Veton Berisha, MP, Moderator Jovana Radosavljevic, Director of New Social Initiative. In a few minutes, we'll start. Test English. Do you hear me? English testing.
this year's event, but for working throughout the year in these important issues. And I really wish you successful work today, tomorrow, and in the future as well. With regards to your question, indeed, Kosovo is facing a difficult situation with regards to the pandemics, as other countries in the world have as well, and this was not easy. It was not easy in healthcare aspect and in terms of the financial impact on the households, but it also led to a change in the culture of the people, of our lifestyles, and it changed our daily routine. And in this situation, certainly the Assembly has also faced major challenges, and quite often we've faced the weight of the responsibility over our shoulders, and especially when we failed to fulfill our obligations properly to help the citizens. Other challenges that you mentioned, such as the situation, in fact, the new reality created with the developments in the special courts and having at least 4 leaders there, people who had influential positions in Kosovo at some point, and the change of the government has rendered it difficult for the Assembly to work on the draft laws that are of interest to the citizens, but also to take upon other initiatives that would have an impact in the well-being of citizens and in being close to citizens in these difficult days. This situation becomes harder when addressing gender issues, especially having in mind that women and girls were disproportionately affected by the pandemic, because statistics have shown that we've had a higher prevalence of domestic violence incidents, and many smaller businesses that were headed by women were more affected by the pandemic than others. And the category that has been affected the most by the pandemics was, in fact, the category which was already, how should I put it, in a difficult situation because of the gender barriers that exist in the country. I would say that despite having good laws, good legislation in place that promotes gender equality, and we have a good legal infrastructure, a good legal framework with regards to gender equality, we see, unfortunately, that in practice that there's much work to be done to achieve this equality that we want. So if we want to refer to the statistics in the Assembly that we have, there is progress. Out of 120 MPs, slightly over 30% are women, and a considerable number of women, of 39 MPs, have been elected directly without the support of the quota, which was positive. But beyond this, it's still insufficient women's representation in the Assembly. Because the law on gender equality does specify that we should have at least 50% split of both genders in all leading institutions, including the Assembly. What I would like to add is that despite the challenges in the Assembly, because we don't have a functioning majority there, and because we don't have an active majority that would have the necessary minimum majority of 61 votes, political parties are not able to push important elements forward. There's a lack of quorum, then many are reluctant to participate in decision-making because of fear from political reprimands from their parties, and this often renders decision-making in the Assembly impossible. But But from the perspective of gender equality, I want to mention something that's very important, because the Women's Caucus does manage to create unity on important gender issues. I will mention, for instance, some of the achievements recently. There was a readiness expressed to support a resolution. All political parties expressed a readiness to support the resolution post the interpellants initiated by Ms. Hainouni and by Ms. Kaitazi to discuss on domestic violence. So despite our political differences on this point, because we saw that it is of general interest, common interest, there was a readiness of all to support it. I would like to also mention another resolution on education, which had been voted by all political parties. And it had to do about the situation in the education, and it came after an interpellance that I had requested. And what's important here is that when we speak about education, women from various political parties can get together and do get together to decide on important education issues. However, unfortunately, I must say that because of this fragile composition of the government partners, many issues have not been pushed forward, and that's why we say that new elections and new legitimacy of the government and the assembly would ensure that we have a functioning majority.
Ms. Limani Hainouni, the same question goes to you as for the previous speaker. I would also like to ask you to say something more on issues across party lines, such as the Women Caucus. So how can these issues decrease the gap between the ruling parties and the opposition? So how much can these groups contribute to a greater cohesion within the Kosovo Assembly?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank the organizers of the Week of Women. And before I answer your question, I would like to just remind you that the Week of Women is one of the projects that joins together people of various political backgrounds and opinions, and it's very important to exchange these experiences and these views. Now, when it comes to your question on this topic, this is certainly very important. It's about the diversity of the Assembly of the Republic of Kosovo, which has to be there to help out on national topics in unity. But looking at the Assembly of Kosovo, we see that there is an extraordinary composition, because in addition to political parties that represent the party interests and the party programs, there is also diversity in terms of communities, ethnicities, cultural backgrounds, and should the Assembly of Kosovo manage to utilize this advantage, the laws that would be designed by the Assembly of Kosovo would be laws that would certainly have a positive impact on the whole society without any discrimination of any background, because all groups living in Kosovo really are represented in the Assembly of Kosovo. And it is a win-win situation, really. And when we look at the debates that are held in the Assembly, we get the impression that they are diametrally opposing debates and polarized political debates. But if we just sit down in smaller groups and committees, we actually see that they are in almost the same voice and they all represent the interest of citizens. But I guess what we're missing is a chain, a level to get that consensus in the higher level. For example, when it comes to the law on the anti-COVID law, it seemed that there were many bastions speaking with opposing views, but in fact, what was going on is that everybody was focusing on the health of the people and the economy of the people, and after a while, there was willingness to overcome the challenges and the divisions and to incorporate all the views in there, and now we have the law in force, and I think it's good for the Ministry of Health and for the government of Kosovo to take all the measures to better manage the pandemic. The same thing applies for the law on economic recovery, which, despite the many disagreements that were obvious in the beginning, coming from political parties and representatives of community groups represented in the assembly, we managed to sit down and eventually overcome these divisions. In the committee level, in the informal groups, in the informal caucuses, the discussions, in fact, were not as divisive. I think the Assembly should work more to strengthen these groups, these forums within the Assembly, to have them more influential, so that when we design policies, they are more in the interest of citizens and affect all layers. And the Deputy Speaker just mentioned the Women's Caucus, and I would like to say that we tried as much as we could to avoid the divisions, which are normal in a democratic society, and to work on topics that affect us beyond party lines. And as the Deputy Speaker said, one of them was the initiation of the discussion on gender-based violence in the Assembly, because, very importantly, there was a higher reporting of domestic violence and gender-based violence during the pandemic period, and we saw that there is a willingness of all political parties to ultimately come up with recommendations and vote on the recommendations by the end of the debate. The other issue that the Women's Caucus has managed to achieve was the civil code, because it does affect women and gender issues, but it goes beyond that, because they affect the regulation of the family and other issues that Women's Caucus has managed to come together and raise the concerns and issue recommendations on this draft civil code, and managed to ensure that the committees working on the draft law really take our recommendations into account and incorporate our suggestions in the final draft version. So despite the political differences and other situations, and even despite the obstacles from the pandemic, if there is a strong willingness, we are able to overcome our differences, and we have examples how political parties have managed to do that and adopt policies that are in the interest of citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Limani Hainouni. Now we will give the floor to Mr. Berisha. I have a brief question for you. How do the elected representatives from minority communities contribute to crisis management, specifically in terms of the most vulnerable groups I refer to women and non-majority communities. And what is, in general, the position and strength of the MPs from minority communities in Kosovo?
Thank you, Mr. Dosavljevic, dear Deputy Speaker Nagovci, dear Ms. Limani Hainoune, all of you following us directly. I'm honored to be here in this panel, in this conference, which is now traditional and being organized by NDI. I'm pleased to see this tradition continuing. Unfortunately, this year being organized virtually because of the situation with the pandemics, but it's good that we have it. So I'm Veton Berisha. I'm the president of the Egyptian Liberal Party. I'm in my third term, and I've now joined the parliamentary caucus NISMA 6+. Allow me just to give you an overview of in relation to what you asked. Minority communities in Kosovo are an important and rich resource, a rich asset of Kosovo that adds to the diversity which is much needed in Kosovo. We are part of the Assembly of Kosovo. In general, we try to be part of decisions of policies. Moreover, in this political crisis, we tried to be able to contribute and become engaged in all processes that Kosovo is going through. Political parties essentially represent citizens and citizens' convictions, and they have to understand that citizens, in fact, when it comes to their health, have no political lines. And I think we all have to understand that we are facing with a situation that was not envisaged, foreseen. We were not ready for it, we're not prepared for it, and we had to adapt to the new situation that was created. Despite this, there were difficult political situations that were created in Kosovo, as you know, and we managed. In fact, we had in Kosovo something that was unacceptable for Kosovo, a change of government and political instability, and now recently the developments with the special court and the delays in the adoption of the law on economic recovery. These were all negative developments with the Assembly. And all MPs, including Egyptian representatives such as myself, we were put before a really disadvantageous position. Especially having in mind that citizens were facing with hardships, with financial crisis, with isolation, with no institutional support. In general, we have a number of communities, representatives, enough so we can have a political coordination to be part of decisions or our insistence to change the government policies vis-à-vis the interests of the community. And I'm pleased with the fact that there is a considerable number of women MPs from the ranks of communities who can play, who can have a role in having the communities in a better position. We are persistent in having our voices heard, to be part of the political responsibilities and not to be seen only as numbers. We have remained a bit on the sidelines of the stronger political forces, and we know that there is this concept of political spites that prevents conducive policies from being adopted. Sometimes we are rendered victims of this approach, and sometimes we're used as scapegoats or calculations of political parties used only as numbers, not as contributory members. But I think that we need to change this mindset. We are an active part of the society. We are an asset to Kosovo already. And this should be used as an advantage by Kosovo. And guaranteed numbers are not sufficient for this. We want to be a substantial part of the government, of policy making, and I think that Egyptians, because I speak on their behalf, should be part of the decision making, and Egyptian women and women in general have to be included more in this process. And thanks to NDI, we have now more women who are involved in policy making and in leadership positions, and Kosovo needs to show a higher willingness in this regard, and it should show a higher willingness not to do this because it's the right thing to do, and not just because it is envisaged in the laws, because there are good laws, absolutely, but when we need to implement them, and we need to be proud that we're implementing them. So we are an active part of the society. People should not see us only as numbers. And as much as we are involved in politics, the more we will be able to contribute substantially to this debate. The idea of creating the guaranteed seats for the communities was to give the communities a mechanism, a seat on the table to fight the negative occurrences and to push processes that benefit the society forward. So thank you for this event. I urge you to be persistent in these demands. The Women's Caucus, I hope that it will become a formal caucus of the Assembly, and they should be more comprehensive and more inclusive. And I know that there are no Egyptian women MPs, but there are many strong women MPs of other communities in Kosovo, and really I'm very pleased to see them being so united and so strong. Of course, in the Egyptian community, women hold an important place, and of course we have to continue to strengthen this group as well.
Thank you, Mr. Berisha. We have a limited time today and a lot of topics, so I will pose a general question for all of you. So I would like to ask you to be as brief as possible for a minute or two so that we can give the floor to the audience. We have several questions that have arrived in the meantime. So the question is as follows. In the current situation, we've mentioned what happened in Kosovo in the previous year, and also in the air we see the opportunity of having new elections, and there are also indications that this will happen rather soon. So what are the approaches that can be presented at the negotiation table to provide a stable majority and thereby a stable government? And also, with all these changes in the Kosovo political scene, we have seen that self-determination movement established the government for the first time that fell. Also, we have an increasing support for this party and PDK officials on the indictment. So how much these changes impacted the political party dynamics, and do they open up a space for a more inclusive approach, especially when we are talking about gender equality? So I would like to ask you to be as brief as possible in order to respect the time allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree that the change of the government in pandemics, of a legitimate government of October elections, was a harmful mistake decision for the citizens of Kosovo. Because decision-making is ultimately political at the end of the day, and politics are influenced by various groups, stronger groups, and so in this situation, this was a harmful action for the country, and especially for the marginalized groups, be those women, communities, vulnerable groups, and, and, and oftentimes we have vulnerable groups being affected twice as much. And I believe that now the parties that have voted in favor of the motion of no confidence and those that represent the majority in the assembly, and we see increasingly more that this majority is not able to fulfill its objectives. They have realized that what they have done, and they have realized that there's no other solution but elections, but new elections. And the sooner that we have a legitimacy of institutions, the better it will be. How will we create the sustainable majority in the future? We will have to wait and see post-elections, because I believe that what needs to take place as soon as possible is to give that legitimacy to institutions, to have a reconfirmation of the assembly, to have in the assembly MPs that were true to their promises, because at least two political parties, Vetvendosia and LDK, as the two largest parties in the last election campaign, have promised their citizens that they will govern together. So we need to bring the matter again back to the citizens. And once we see what the will of the people is, who they want to be represented at the government level, only then we can speak of the majority, of a stable majority, because this is something that we have to discuss based on the will of the citizens and their free will, rather than agreements between political parties. And I believe that, as you mentioned, all the polls do suggest that Vetvendosia will not only be the largest party, but by all means the biggest one, bigger than it was in the last elections. But of course, at the end of the day, we have to give the voice back to the citizens and then act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to be as brief as possible, because I was just informed that we only have 4 more minutes, so we should give some time for the questions.
So it's what Ms. Nagovci said certainly is an assessment that comes from the perspective of the Vetvendosia party, and it's natural what she says, that she thinks that, as she is an MP of the Vetvendosia movement. This government and all other governments that came are governments that had the legitimacy, because in the assembly of Kosovo we have people who were elected by the vote of the people, and they have formed the majority. And for as long as we have people, representatives voted by the people, that's legitimate. Political parties should know what the governing system, what the political system in Kosovo is, and to be realistic, especially having in mind that the only elected institution is the Assembly of Kosovo. It's the Assembly of Kosovo then which votes for other institutions and takes other important decisions. Now, what will the solution be now or after elections? You know, we don't know. It depends on the outcome of this system that we have developed. And elections, of course, in a democratic nation are important and vital, but it will be pretty much the same political scene even after the new elections. And before we get there, political parties should be more clear as to how they plan to firstly elect the president of Kosovo, which is the most important issue at hand, and how they plan to form the government after elections, because we see that no party will be able to get the governing majority and will not be able to govern alone, and certainly will not be able to elect the president. And we have to be realistic. We have to be open to the public in this regard. When we speak to the public, and to tell the people that this is our system, this is how it works, and this is what you can expect. Because we have caused a lot of division already and a lot of uncertainties amongst the people. And this affected everybody, all communities, all vulnerable groups, and we have to stop that and be more clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berisha. If you agree, we would like to hear the question from the audience, and then you would be the first answering the question raised by the audience, and the other two interlocutors will have to be very brief. And I apologize for this, but unfortunately we do not have any more time. So can we hear the first question?
Greetings, my name is Lumnia Luliani. I'm a person with disabilities. I'm a representative of ACOS organization branch in Gilan. And my question for this session is, to participate equally in a democratic society, it's hard for women and for women with disabilities in particular, despite having a good legal framework. Why is that the case?
Së në parë, pa desh me polemizu me asnjënën, dhe unë mendoj që Kosovës i duhet një sistem stabil politik, e I bazum në një qasje e cila është afatgjate dhe me planin e zhvillimit të Kosovës. Mendoj që nuk duhet të identifikohemi me individin, por duhet të identifikohemi me programin, qasjen, dhe fatmirësisht jemi një sistem politik parlamentar, I cili e ka edhe pozitën edhe opozitën. Dhe kjo është pasuri për neve si model I zhvillimit. Dhe mendoj që çka do që sjell e ardhmja, unë mendoj që Kosova duhet të ndryshojë në qasje edhe në zhvillimin tonë, ndërsa sa I përket pyetjes vërtet zonja është për të ardhur keq dhe ne secilin bëjmë përgjegjësi për pamundësitë dhe edhe ne kemi një koleg deputet nderuar që kemi në kuvendin e Kosovës, Feta Rudi, I cili ardhja e tij e ka sfiduar vetë kuvendin, domthonë përjetësimin e të drejtave të tyre personave me aftësi të kufizuara. Dhe normalisht që paramendone në çfarë situate është Kosova kur nuk arrin me implementu ligjet e veta, e që janë shumë themelore që nuk arrim që me plotësu kushtet persona me aftësi të kufizuara dhe duhet marrë një deputet në kuvend me fitu dhe me I hap syt ndaj nesh. Përgjegjësia është jashtëzakonisht e madhe edhe mendoj që përvoja e Kosovës në politik në drejtim të shtetit vërtet është e shkurtë, është 20 vjeçare, por unë mendoj që është mjaftueshëm sa me bë veprime dhe punë që janë në dobi të qytetarëve dhe janë në dobi të njerëzve. Është në dorën tonë për ta bërë këtë punë dhe të ndihmojmë secilin kategori dhe secilin person. Në këtë rast është e lehtë nëse kemi vullnet dhe kemi qasje bashkëpunuese, edhe qasjet e tillë ku ne vlerësohemi si profile cilat ofrojnë një zgjidhje të mirë për gjithë qytetarët. Kështu që mendoj që është momenti I fundit që një herë për gjithmonë ta kemi një stabilitet politik dhe t'i kthehemi interesit qytetarit në përgjithësi.
Hvala vam svima, gospodine.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Nagavci, Ms. Limani Haimini, and Mr. Berisha. It was a very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, very short, but I hope that there will be some other opportunities to cover the same topic. We would like also to thank all the audience for sparing time and joining us today. Thank you very much. This was all from my side.
për të parandaluar ose për
Testing 1 2. Booth is silent. Testing 1 2. Test 1 1 2. Booth is silent. Speak. I don't hear the speaker. Testing. Dear participants, now we will have this session, Global Crisis, their impact on gender parity, and I lost the speaker again. Testing. I lost the speaker. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay. Testing. The booth is silent. Cannot hear the speaker. Test 1 2. Global crisis, their impact on gender parity. Still don't. Let's start with the session now with a very important topic and with panel very honorable ladies. The topic is global crisis, their impact on gender parity. We know that in the past months there have been changes in globally because we are facing with a pandemic situation, COVID-19, and many countries had to take measures to mitigate the COVID situation, and stability of democracy has been challenged, and some authoritarian heads benefited from the situation, imposing social, economic restrictions. And efficiency of women in responding crisis became a prevailing narrative in the media in the globe. Nevertheless, they showed that access to leadership of women led by women-led countries is more effective to responding to global crisis. This discussion will face on stability of democracy and crisis time and the opportunity of such crisis for leading women to prove stability and democracy while handling COVID-19 situation. As I said, we have very honored ladies, and we are really honored with their presence. Madeleine Albright, Secretary of State, 97-2001, and the chair of the NDI board. Greetings, Madam Secretary. Do you hear me? And former President of Republic of Kosovo, Madam Atifete Yahya. Greetings, Madam President. And we don't hear Madam President. We have some issues with the microphone. I believe that in the meantime, okay. Yes, well, Madam Secretary, we would like, with your intro remarks about this topic, which is global crisis and impact in gender parity. Please, ma'am.
Well, I'm delighted to be with all of you to have a chance to discuss this very important issue. The pandemic has really affected everybody, and we know that the virus knows no borders and that we have to work together. What is interesting is that, as you mentioned, the countries that are dealing with the virus the best are those that are run by women. They are New Zealand and Taiwan, Finland, Germany, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. And they are handling the crisis very well. The ironic part is that in many ways, the pandemic has affected women in countries a lot because they are the ones that are on the front lines in many ways in terms of being the nurses and the teachers and those that are trying to help. They also are ones that are affected by something that is going on as a result of the crisis, which is domestic violence. And so there are a lot of issues associated with the pandemic and how we deal with it and how countries are responding. And I'm delighted to be a part of this very important discussion with the women of Kosovo, whom I admire very, very much, starting with the former President Yayaga.
Madam President, we would like to hear your intro remarks, and then we will continue with questions. I have some questions, and also audience will send questions, and then we will read them. And please, Madam President, some intro remarks about this topic of this session.
Secretary Albright, it's such an honor to share this panel with you today. A personal hero, you remain one of the greatest inspiration to women in Kosovo, especially to those aspiring public service. It has been 25 years since you traveled to the UN's fourth World Conference on Women in 1995, and since that time, legal gender discrimination has drastically declined, and the deaths in childbirth have dropped by 38%, and more women are pursuing the secondary education outside of their home. And that is real and lasting progress. But a lot remains to be done to further equality, to address poverty, to create additional safeguards, and to protect our achievements. And this is important conversation to have, especially we face the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has exposed the weaknesses of our system in unimaginable ways. In countries like ours, the pandemic has widened the gender. Women, often the pillars that ensured our society's survival, are placed again at front line of another battle that is invisible and is ladder. We hear of women being forced out of their jobs or leaving the workforce altogether. As support systems and increased domestic violence, as you refer, Secretary, as the pandemic has taken up all the ways that we have seen in this in the domestic violence actually has taken up the pandemic has had also an impact in the quality of our democracy as well. So the question is how we come out from this, how we can turn this struggle for survival into the story for solidarity, and how can women consolidate their achievements. And as I often have done in my years as the president of Kosovo, I again turn to women for answers, because it is their resilience, their ability of planning and foresight for mobilization that has served us well in the past. Women keep our society together and organize for progress, and it was the women who provided the medical assistance and supplies to the victims during the war, and gathered evidence to show to the international community that crimes that were committed daily in Kosovo. And it was the women who succeeded in spreading their message of peace, because they gained the access to the official decision making process. And going forward, our polarized societies need us to create a common ground and a commitment in order for us to move forward. Women should take up once again the role of the bridge builders, and we need to be persistent in our fight. And today women have more political representation in the parliament. We have broken the glass ceiling a decade ago when I was elected first woman to serve in that position. But we also need to make sure that women's representation institution doesn't look like an oasis. Women need their right to be upheld in the courts where the right to the property is put to the doubt, and we need them to participate in the workforce and to be compensated fairly for their work. And so, as Secretary mentioned, the list is very long, and I draw always on the inspiration of Secretary Albright and Secretary Clinton in their tireless to raise awareness that human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. Thank you so much, Vittore.
Thank you, Madam Yahya. And the first question I would address Madam Secretary. In the time of pandemic, as I said in the very beginning, many countries took measures to prevent the spread of COVID virus and disease, but the stability of democracy was at stake or faced challenge because there were some countries with authoritarian rulers violated human rights and freedoms. What is your opinion on this? Does it mean then when we leave the time of pandemic, we will have more of the governments which are authoritarian?
Well, I have to say I am very troubled by the rise of authoritarian governments generally. We certainly have had one in the United States in many ways, with a lot of undemocratic practices that have taken place in the last 4 years. But we are about to enter a different era with President Biden and Vice President Harris, where a glass ceiling really has been broken with a woman in the highest level federal position ever, and a woman of color, and one who is dedicated to dealing with the issues of the rule of law and America's responsibilities. I do think that I have tried to examine the rise of authoritarian governments, how they started. It usually begins with a leader who identifies himself with one group of people at the expense of another, the scapegoats who are responsible for the things, blaming others, and a leader who has no respect for the rule of law and who thinks that the press is an enemy of the people. And so there have been those that have benefited by the fact that there is a crisis, and they take hold and they say they have all the answers, when in fact they are not dealing with the issues because they are concerned more about themselves than about the people. And the difference is that democracies are dedicated to taking the people are the ones that make the decisions, that elect the leaders, that work on the problems. And that's why it is so important to stress the whole role of democratic governments and the role of women in democracies. I am very proud always to be with a group of women that are dedicated to the idea that we work for others, that we represent everybody, and that women's rights are human rights, as President Yayaga said and Secretary Clinton said. And so I do think we have a lot of work to do, and the work begins with telling the truth. What is happening? Why is this happening? And trying to get more and more women elected to positions so that, by the way, women are more than half the population in practically every country, and it is a waste of a resource not to have women in positions of power where we can make a difference for others.
I would continue with the same question to you, Madam President. Stability of democracy, and what can be done? What civil society and public may do to ensure that these restrictive measures for protection from pandemic to be suitable to preserve health, but also democracy at the same time?
Well, Vittoria, thank you so much. And actually, I couldn't agree more than what Secretary Albright has already mentioned, that under the frameworks of these already introduced health measures that were mainly in order to protect the lives of the people in general, many of the countries and many of the governments has been misused this kind of the opportunities in order to reducing the civil rights and the human rights. And by doing that, they have been reducing the rights of or even the 50% of the population, which are the rights of the women. And many of those governments and many of those leaders, they have been going beyond or exceeding the limits of this so-kind restriction or the measures that have been taken in order to strengthen their surveillance over the freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of media. And so the citizens, the civil society and media have had an important role during this entire time in fighting all of the threats that has been posed towards the civil rights and towards the human rights. And the rights to assembly, the rights rights to be protested and the rights to be showing your disaffection has to be preserved by all means and has to be preserved at any times. And democracy, we know that cannot survive without a debate, without holding the authorities accountable, and without making our voices heard. And despite the restrictive measures that we have seen in these past few months, people and civil society, they have still taken up the street in order to protest for their human rights, against the governmental decision, and against the policies, and against, particularly against the authoritarian regimes and the leaders that they have been doing this for the reason that has been already mentioned by Secretary of Albright. And we are the best example, and we have seen and we witnessed this movement and these approaches of the people, starting from the United States with the Black Lives Matter, which was mainly for the discrimination on the racial discrimination, and all the way down to our recent country, in our neighboring country of Albania. But we need to ensure that the decision that has been taken during this time of the COVID or the crisis are not going to erode the progress that we have achieved so far. And that responsibility also falls upon us as the women of this society. And this time of work, it is much harder to be done when we cannot meet in person and we cannot gather in larger groups. But people has found a much more innovative way how to express their dissatisfaction, their refusal towards the decision that has been taken by the governments, who using the online platform and other ways in order to make their message and the message to get across on that.
Madam Secretary, in one of the interviews that I read, it was said, you said that we need to develop a system which is able to handle with the fact that there was a breaking of social contract. Do you think this is the way to reinstate trust into democratic institutions?
Well, I think we need to understand the social contract. People gave up some individual rights in order to have some services and protection by a state. It is a contract. And what has happened, frankly, is both sides have not lived up to both parts. There are a lot of states who see, quote, protection as monopoly and of direction and authoritarian systems, or have done nothing, the opposite. And then there are people who don't fully fulfill their obligations as citizens by voting and making their views felt and really being participants. And what has happened is that there have been parts of our society that have been left out completely. And therefore, that social contract needs to be renewed at a time when we have a crisis with the pandemic, but also economic crises in terms of that the middle class in countries is not getting the kind of jobs that they can really make a living at and exist, that there have been those who are in terrible poverty and those who are overly rich. And therefore, there needs to be some work on making sure that the working people in various countries are able to make a living and have the pride of working. It is something that identifies who you are in many ways when you are able to work and support your family. And so there are a lot of work has to be done. The other part that does have to happen that is new, and I think we are living in a brand new era, is the technology that now exists, that in many ways has brought us together, and we have more information about more things than ever before, but it is very hard to tell where the information comes from. It has also separated people in many ways. And so I always talk about the double-edged sword of technology. We know how terrific it has been to help, for instance, the woman farmer in Kenya who no longer has to walk miles to pay her bills. She can do it over a mobile phone. But technology has also created the possibilities of great misunderstandings when information gets put into the system that is wrong. It has made it difficult to create political parties because people are subdivided into various groups. And so we need to understand the positives and negatives of technology and how it can be used to empower people to participate in their governments, and especially women, because we do know, and we can keep talking about this and we cannot repeat it often enough, that women involved in government really does help in terms of approach of taking care of others, having the capability of peripheral vision, of solving problems, of caring, of not always thinking about egos. And so I think that we have a lot of work that has to be done.
Just to follow up, Madam Secretary said that women take many other roles and they try their best. And this of the pandemic had some profound socioeconomic and political effects. Did this risk the progress of women achieved in politics? Although the countries led by women were mostly successful in managing the COVID crisis, as you said in your intro remarks, mentioning countries like New Zealand, Finland, Germany, Denmark, and others, which managed this situation the best and being women leaders. But did the progress reached in politics undermine or at risk because of the pandemic times?
I am worried about the undermining, because one of the things that I have to say is women cannot take for granted that it's constantly a movement forward. There are those who continue to believe that women should not have any role at all. Some of them live in the United States. It isn't just in other countries. And I think that we cannot, as women, take anything for granted. I also do believe that it's important for women to support each other. It is important for there to be more than one woman in the room when there are decisions made, so that the suggestions that are made are recognized and that there are ways of being able to work. I do believe, frankly, that it's important for men and women to work together. That is the only way that societies really work. We need to understand each other. And I'm very glad always when I see more women elected, and that the women that have been elected are able to do their jobs, because we have seen in some countries that when women have political positions, they are then harassed and made to feel unsafe, or their families are harassed. So we all have to kind of work together in order to assure that the women that are elected are able to do their jobs.
To continue with you, Madam President, how to interpret the fast, effective response of women leaders in response to COVID pandemics, which caught the world off guard, but there was a response, a fast response of women leaders to better manage the situation.
Vitor, thank you very much. And Secretary Albright has already mentioned so many of the excellent examples that we had around the world that speak so much about the women leadership during this year, this month. And looking at the Secretary Albright and her legacy, I'm going to say that the women are natural builders. They are consensus fosters. They do listen, they do build a coalition, they are decisive, and the progress of their other country, it is in their heart. And I would say that the women have proven to be far better leaders than their male colleagues, including this period of the global pandemic. But what really hurts me, Vittoria, it is because it has this global crisis to happen or to take place in order for the world to see how effective women can be in managing in such of the crisis. And there are several of the reasons why women leaders have managed to excel far better than their male colleagues in managing of the COVID-19, and also not only as a crisis but also the spread of the virus, starting from them never doubting the science, also taking into the consideration the proposals and the recommendation which were done by the community or by the public health experts. And they have always taken their decisions based into the statistics, based into the data, and that they have found the best ways how to communicate these decisions, because Secretary Albright had mentioned earlier, because we had not had the transparency into the decision making, into the consequences of the itself, the pandemic, and all of the processes around this. And so they found the ways how to communicate this decision towards the people in general and towards their constituencies. And they did not respond to the pandemic as a matter of the politics or the ego, but they simply has taken this as a matter of the health emergency, that they had to save the lives of the people that they are serving too. And frankly speaking, Vittoria, if we just look into the list of the geopolitical items that we are facing today, starting from the poverty, starting from the social economic inequalities, labor, migration, development, education, economy, and all others, they do tackle the same. They do affect actually the same, women and men. But if we see it from the consequences point of view, as Secretary Albright mentioned earlier, the consequences are much higher among the women and among the children. And that is the reason why we need much more women into the decision making or in the leadership position, into the policy making and the decision making position. That's the only way that we can respond in the best way to the challenges that we are facing today.
Before I ask the next question to Madam Secretary, I would like to let the audience know that we are open to your question, and I know that there are many those who want to take the floor, and I'm sure that our speakers would love to answer to them. Ms. Albright, I have a question with regards to your book, Hell and Other Destinations. If you were a Secretary of State today, how would you have responded to the pandemic? We would like to know what your views are with regards to the approach towards the pandemic.
Well, I think that the first thing would have been trying to really develop a working relationship with the scientists who were already working on a variety of aspects and trying to explain what had happened. So that is something, whether you're Secretary of State or President, you need to understand the basis of what you're doing, the facts. I also then would, I think, have seen very early that this was a virus. It did start in China, but it spread to other places, and that it was unfortunately a multilateral and international virus that knew no borders. And I would have, first of all, been more in touch with the United Nations, the World Health Organization, rather than blaming them, is to understand what role they could play. And then I would also have engaged other countries through bilateral means, through diplomacy, to see what we could do together, to see how we could help each other. And try to explain what needed to be done to protect one's population by explaining how to distance and wear masks and the various things to do. I also, because we are telling some of the developing countries what to do and say, you know, wash your hands. There are some countries in Africa, for instance, that don't have water to drink, much less wash their hands. And so I think I would have also mobilized some economic assistance to other countries to see what we could do to be helpful and recognize that in order, it is the responsibility of every public official in one's country is to do things for the people of your own country. But in order to protect the people of the United States from the virus, it would have been important also to see what other countries were doing and to help them and to get advice from them, but at the same time to also be helpful to them, to keep repeating the same thing. This is not a virus that sticks in one country. It has to be solved with the help of others.
Faleminderit, dua që teknike. Besoj që shumë shpejt do ta rregullojmë këtë problem teknik. Kërkojmë falje sepse
We apologize. We're working with a multitude of platforms and going live, and we have technical problems, understandably. The circumstances are such that the Week of Women has to be organized in this manner. Nevertheless, we're doing just fine. Madam President, I think that you can hear me. I have a question from a girl from the audience, Ermira Spahia. She says, in the beginning of your professional journey, who was your role model of a strong woman that has helped inspire women who never gave up despite the circumstances?
Well, Fedora, thank you very much, and thank you for Madame Spahil for a question, a great question. One of my greatest role models that has been since the day that I have put my steps into the career of the public servant. It is exactly the lady that I am being able to share and given the honor to share this panel today is the Secretary Albright. She has been not only the role model, but she has been a great friend of mine and a great friend of the Kosovo and this region. And telling you the truth, Madam Spahil, there's not even a single second that she rests me inspiring. Every single moment that I have a chance to see her, to read about her, or to go through the book that she, especially in this last period, and by any doubt she has been and she continues to be one of the biggest role models that I have been. Thank you, Secretary Albright, for being there, not only for me, but for so many women of my country and the world as well.
Thank you. I'm also honored to have two strong women leaders who are role models to many girls. Madam Secretary, there's a question from Lulieta. She says Kamala Harris chose a white suit after she was elected vice president. How important is her election for women and for aspiring women in politics?
Well, she wore a white suit because that's what the suffragettes have worn, and the women that have believed in independence and a vote, and so it was a very important sign. And another important sign was when she said, I may be the first woman to have this job, but I'm not the last. And I think that made very clear that she could be and wants to be a role model for other women. And I think that we always do better when there are women that we can look up to in many ways. I went to a women's college and I had a lot of wonderful women professors. There are a lot of people, you can have a role model that is somebody that isn't alive. Eleanor Roosevelt has been a role model to many women in the United States who wanted to have an international role and wanted to really stress human rights. That was a very important part. And so I do think that it is important to have role models. And by the way, President Yayaga is a role model for me because of the kind of work that she has done, both when before she was president, and understands what needs to be done in a society, when she was president, and since she has left the presidency. She has participated in teaching at universities. She has developed a foundation. She is not quiet, which is the best thing. She has not lost her voice. And I think those of us that are out of office also have a responsibility to have a voice, which is frankly why I wrote that last book, Hell and Other Destinations, about the things that I've been doing since I left office. Because I think that those of us that have been honored by public positions then have a responsibility to carry on and have a voice and help others, the new generations.
In relation to what Lulieta just said, she questioned the white suit, but what we see in the public and in Kosovo and in other countries is that women sometimes are judged by the way they dress, by the way they look, rather than by what they say, by what they do. It's always the first thing that comes up about women, how they look, firstly. How do you comment this? Is this everywhere in the world? Is this something that women all over the world face? How do you comment this?
Well, I think it is. It's very, the truth is that everybody makes those comments, whether you know, what kind of shoes you wear or skirt or what your hair looks like. I have to tell you, the hard part for me, having been the first woman Secretary of State in the history of the United States, there were those people who initially said, well, Madeleine cannot be Secretary of State because Arab leaders will not deal with a woman. And then the Arab ambassadors at the United Nations, where I had been an ambassador, said we had no problems dealing with Ambassador Albright, and we wouldn't have any problems dealing with Secretary Albright. But the truth is that I had more problems with the men in our own government because they had seen me as somebody who cooked dinner or was a friend of their wife's or what I looked like. And so it takes a while to prove that there's more about us than our looks. But by the way, I can also testify to the fact that one of the first things that men diplomats say to each other is, I like your tie.
I would like to give the chance to the audience again. Ms. Yayaga, the question is, how do you think the role of women has advanced in our society, and to what extent are you happy or unhappy with this progress? Nejdet Gashi, a man, is asking this question to you, Ms. President, Madam President.
I thank you very much for the question. But if I may just a couple of seconds to take up on the points of the Secretary Albright, that most of the leadership of the women has been put into under the wraps or under the shadow the way that they have been looking. And actually that has been exactly also my case for 5 years leaving the country, but even those almost 5 years after leaving the office, unfortunately, the same issue has developed. If within 10 headlines per day they have been in the newspapers, maybe about 9.5 of them, they have been exactly what I was wearing, how was my hairstyle, what was my bag, and everything. And so just to mention one of the very recent cases which place only about less than 2 weeks ago. I was in a conference speaking about the women that have been raped during the wartime. And none of the headlines of the country has been dominating about the causes that we were speaking about, the strategies that we have been unfolding, or at least to be solidarizing with the women that their bodies were turned into the battlefield during the wartime. The only headlines which were dominant, it was how the president was looking today. And so this has to stop. And when I say this, I have to refer to the word of the Secretary Albright that women sometimes we have to support each other, and sometimes the women have a tendency to be the biggest enemy of our own kind. And we need to much more support for the women towards the women. And now going back to the question, yes, we have made a great progress. If we just look at on this past half of the decade, if I just refer to the case of Kosovo, we have a more than 30% of representation of the women. If we just compare the representation of the women back in 2000 from the representation of the women in the parliament today, there are over 70% of the women much more elected, and not only because of the quota of their requirement of the 30%, but because of the direct vote. And most of the women in the previous elections of the last year of the October of 2019, they have gained much more votes for than their male colleagues. We have women as the mayors of municipality. We have the mayors as the president of the parliament. We have the mayors into the ministerial level, into the vice minister, but we have to have much more women into the leadership position, and more women, as I said earlier, into the decision making. And we have to add or to extend this table of the decision making in order to add more chairs for women, for the marginalized groups, because that is the only way that we can guarantee the sustainability of everything what we have reached. As I said earlier, not to erode what we can reach so far. So our path, as Secretary Albright has said, has been long, but I'm hopeful that it's going to lead us to a much brighter future when we speak about women.
We are at the very end. However, I would like to address one final question for Ms. Albright. It's a political question, and I would like to merge two into one. How do you consider, what's your opinion about Kosovo's political situation in Kosovo? Ms. Sara Jaka asks, and Mr. Enis Rečica says, there are discussions, Madam Secretary, that you will be involved in the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. Is there any truth to this? So, Madam Secretary, let's end this panel with you.
Well, first of all, let me tell you, people ask me what I am proudest of that I did as Secretary of State. There is no question that it was try to help the people of Kosovo. And one of the most amazing moments was a year ago in the summer. President Clinton and I came to Pristina. I have never been to a place where there were so many American flags and so many signs that said, "Thank you, USA," and people that were so happy with what we had done. And one of the great, wonderful moments was walking down the main street, holding hands with President Clinton, with people so happy about things. And then there's a statue of me. Fortunately, it is on a pedestal so that I look taller. And then we went to look at the statue of President Clinton. And what I love is that there is a whole generation of young women in Kosovo whose first name is Madeline. And so I'm very proud of the things that have happened in Kosovo. I fully support the independence of Kosovo. I last week testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee to talk about what was happening in the Balkans, and again made clear that what had to happen was Kosovo had to be treated as a normal country to really have the kinds of rights, privileges, and responsibilities of an independent country, and it has to keep moving in that way. I will constantly keep discussing what needs to happen between you and Belgrade, but I really do think that the Balkans have been something that has to be dealt with. Kosovo plays a huge role, and I'm very proud of the things that have happened. But one of the things, and we have just proven it in the United States, democracy is difficult. It is always a journey. It has to be worked on all the time. It needs the participation of all the people and respect for each other. And Kosovo can't just be told, do it all by yourself. We have to continue to work together. And I'm very proud of the things that have happened in Kosovo. And there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, as there is in so many democracies. Thank you very much for asking that question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for this very good discussion. We've discussed some interesting topics about the audience. There was a great interest of the public as to what you had to say about the global crisis, about their impacts in gender equality. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to seeing you again soon. In a few minutes, we will continue with the next topic, with the next panel. It will be on gender-sensitive legislation, seeking equal opportunities. It will be a panel consisting of MPs, Shkam Manai, Mimosa Kusari Lila, Ariana Musliu-Shoshi, Christine Todd Whitman, 50th Governor of New Jersey, Louis Frankel, Representative in Congress, and Lucas Manel, an MEP, moderated by Arben Loshi. Thank you. Stick with us.
Përshëndetje për të gjithë ju të pranishëm të
Greetings all you Week of Women. Welcome to this session on the topic gender-sensitive legislation, quest for equal opportunity. Based on the principle of equality, human rights cannot be accomplished unless human rights are guaranteed between men and women, because it entails the idea that human rights cannot be accomplished without guaranteeing full and equal rights, the equal opportunities for both men and women. Laws are key instruments of policies shaping the lives of citizens. Therefore, legislation process should be seen as an entry point for promoting the values and principles of gender equality. In this regard, members of parliament play a key role in building the capacity for developing legislation, assessing legislation, and monitoring the implementation from gender-sensitive aspect. For this purpose, today, in this panel, we have the pleasure of hearing some very important persons, and they are invited to discuss the topic. Shpendmana MP, Mimoza Kusaridlina, Member of Parliament of Kosovo, Ariana Musliushoshi, Member of Kosovo Parliament, Madam Christine Todd Whiteman, 15th Governor of New Jersey, United States, Lo Franco, Congresswoman of US, and Mr. Luca Mond, Member of European Parliament. Without any more ado, I would kindly give you the floor, Mr. Mane, to discuss the topic gender-sensitive legislation quest for equal opportunity. Thank you, and it is a pleasure to be with you in this panel with honorable participants and discuss issues related to legislation on equality between men and women, which I consider became a major objective, and it is a part of international development agenda. Principle of gender equality entails the idea that human rights cannot be accomplished unless guaranteeing both men and women enjoy equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. With regards to the work of Parliament of Kosovo, the parliament, just like any other parliament of any country, is in a position to build the objective of gender equality to promote integration of women in public institutions of the country. With regards to the Parliament of Kosovo, but not only the parliament, but also representation local level, because in Kosovo we have two levels of representation. We have the local municipality level and central level. The law guarantees representation of both gender and the institutions of the country and women in this regard, like at least 30% of the seats. So 30% of the seats are guaranteed for women. And I believe that although this representation is guaranteed at the extent of 30%, again, I don't think this is the full representation, but it is a good starting point for MPs, including men, to promote the agenda of gender representation as a permanent agenda in the process of developing and adopting legislation. In our country until now, it's not that, well, we didn't have much analysis on gender issues when developing legislation, and me as chair of the Commission for the Legislation, I consider it is important that the analysis of the needs and the specific laws on gender-sensitive issues should start in the line ministries, meaning in the government of Kosovo in the very beginning, and the initial working groups which draft the initial drafts of the laws, and to have such analysis throughout the process about gender representation all the way through they are adopted by the parliament. This means that the analysis should be done also during developing legislation by all the bodies of the government of Kosovo and parliament, starting functional commissions and the permanent commissions of the parliament, and also during the amendments and also within the 2 readings of the legislation, in order to guarantee that every legal initiative which is sensitive with regards to representation of women in institutions to be properly considered. Currently, our country, Republic of Kosovo, has modern legislation established because the law on gender equality guaranteed gender representation in all public institutions at the extent of 50%, both genders, and we have dozens of other laws which are in effect which relate to representation of women in the key institutions of the country, be it independent constitutional institutions or other agencies and institutions directly responsible and directly reporting to the government and the parliament, which requires representation of women. With regards to the law on gender equality, I may says that although this law guarantees 50% representation of both genders, still there are cases that this is not fully enforced, while the other specific laws, which is related to representation quota of women, the percentage, this quota is guaranteed because the parliament and the government disallows overlooking of this quota. In the past weeks, we have had, I would say, an important issue. We managed that the government of Kosovo to push a new constitutional amendment to include an important international instrument, which is the Istanbul Convention, which guarantees protection of women and family from violence, and it is an important instrument which is now part of the Constitution of Kosovo, meaning that other mechanisms and instruments will be established by the government of Kosovo in order to have this international instrument implementable in our country. We have discussed these days with NDI to seek the opportunity while developing the legislation in the parliament, the draft laws coming through the Commission for Legislation to have legal analysis because now in the parliamentary procedure we have an important law, which is Criminal Procedure Code of Kosovo, which is in fact a civil code, which is one of the biggest acts, very important after the Constitution of Kosovo, and it contains about 1,600 articles plus, including many issues related to inheritance, property rights, and women's rights are part of this code, civil code, and it would be best to start with legal analysis of the civil code and seek the possibility of having more women's rights enshrined in the code in terms of inheritance law and other civil and contractual relations in our country. Thank you, and I give the floor to MP Mimosa Kusari-Lila. Thank you. I'm also happy at the end of 2020 to have the Week of Women, a week which continuously raises important issues and brings together policymakers and legislators from Kosovo and the states and wider, and a very important issue, which is equality in our society. First and foremost is to understand as legislators from the point of view of legislation, we have a very important mechanism at hand, which is legislation. It is our responsibility, and it cannot be attributed or delegated to another mechanism. Although, if we have recommendations, because there is a corrective mechanism in the Assembly, and there is an important mechanism which has proven in Kosovo to be successful, which is the law on elections. which provides, although not in accordance with the law on gender equality, but it provides that every third person to be a candidate, a woman in the list. And this was a story of success, showing that quota functions, or because this some parties, they have more success than others, but the idea was to increase the number of women representing the constituency, granting the chance to women to sit in the central parliament and in the local parliaments. It shows the chance that the constituency may vote for them after they creating their personality. They may get better chances to be elected. So the mechanism is functioning. So based on this model, the parliament amended the law on companies and introducing the gender quota, and the leadership or management, meaning all the institutions bringing their boards to be voted in parliament to first consider this quota. This is to empower women. And then in terms of economic empowerment, there's another challenge, but the parliament has mechanisms. We have a review of the presence of gender budgeting or gender sensitive to consider from both aspects the legislation, and there is no draft budget by the parliament with gender-based analysis, unfortunately. So there is no gender budgeting incorporated. And also other projects which include financial assistance. What we have done with the budget review is that the assistance dedicated through grant scheme for private enterprises in Kosovo and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the total amount of the proposal to divide half for women in business and the other half for men in business, although according to statistics women are far from equality in property. Only about 14% of private companies are registered under the name of women, and this is another challenge for the Parliament to establish mechanisms of technical and professional assistance for women in decision-making and women in business. Another important element and legislation which is before in the Parliament, it is the law on financing political parties, and other mechanism and an opportunity for women MPs but also men MPs who want to be part of this important agenda to start discussing the amendments to set a quota in the political parties, funding like women representing the political parties and men, and also to empower and involve more women, because the challenge is not only to incorporate women in the list, but also to find women and girls who see a political path as their career opportunity. We have to create mechanism and environment to make them feel safe, but also to make them feel assessed or appreciated in order to blaze the trail for the others. And about the Parliament, the model should of the Parliament should be a good model, role model for all the institutions, because now we have a Parliament added by a woman, which is an internal process from the MPs inside, but also it should be seen from the point of view of the departments of the parliaments, like how many department heads are women, and then what is the process of empowering women in the Parliament of Kosovo, and whether they have equal chances if they start in the same position with men, and to see after 5 years what level they have reached compared to men. And we have seen a lack in having women advancing in career just because they are women. And there is a feeling maybe that they do not deserve to hold the position of director. So there should be institutional mechanism which grants the same opportunity, but also raises the confidence among women in civil society that they can move ahead in career, and they may be supported by other mechanisms as well. And when I say this, let me conclude with the fact that it is true that over 30% of MPs are women and girls are representing different political parties, but we need a general consensus to have the spirit of equality of everyone. When they start with the top legislative body in the Parliament of Kosovo, it is easier to translate this or to request or to call other institutions to apply the same. Thank you, Ms. Kusardline. And now we move to the MP, Ariana Musliu Shoshi. Greeting panelists. It's a pleasure to be part. Thank you, NDI, for professional organizing this major event. In the very beginning, I want to say that women continue to be discriminated everywhere, and without full equality between men and women, we cannot have sustainable and full development. Equality is not a privilege, it is a right and also a need. Therefore, we, women and girls, should demand our room, take over our role, and voice our decisions. As discussed by other panelists, other MPs, the representation of women MPs is 32.5%, while men is 67.5%. Such representation is because of the law on general elections, which did not provide for the quota of 13%, and therefore explicitly the primary legislation in the parliament managed to integrate. Do you hear me? Okay. The parliament managed to strike this quota, and it's a pleasure to see that the quota was effective because it raised the awareness of political parties to have women representing the interests of the citizens, but we have to do more, and in this regard I would be more happy if we have a representation in the electoral list 50% of each, and also the parliament to be 50% representation of both the genders, because after the quota, the room provided or granted by quota made women to have collect more votes than to have the seats by quota. The proof, the evidence is out of 120 seats, we have over 38 women, 14 based on the quota, and 21 got their votes, and this is thanks to the votes collected by the constituency. Until now, I did not face any obstacle to discuss gender-sensitive issues, and this issue even is making progress in the parliament, but also in public opinion. But the key problem is that we are full of words, but no concrete initiatives to do something in improving gender equality, because I think women can do much more, but only standing united, sharing common goals and interests. It's been a while, and we did not manage to amend the law on gender elections to make progress about changing this quota and representation. If a quota had a negative effect, 30%, we would not propose changes, but we are facing the fact now that many more women are being elected without quota because we created more room to face with the challenges of our society, and this paves the path to seek the quota 50%. And we believe that we can do this through proposing amendments, taking legal initiatives, and also conditioning the voting of the laws when gender issues are incorporated. As I said, 38 women are in the parliament, meaning almost one-fourth, and we may take initiatives to improve gender representation in every law which affects this issue. And recently, I consider that the political parties understood the role of women in this process in building our nation. We have had a woman president, and now we have a woman speaker parliament, and we have a vice speaker. And then we have chairs of the parliamentary commissions and vice chairs, and we see that the views of the political parties are moving, are shifting for the best, but we have to do more, and we should not leave our words only in the transcripts of the parliament, but we have to create laws and strike balance and equality. And at the end, I agree with Mimosa, because saying that this should start from the parliament, and she gave a very good example of the administration of the parliament, where I was part since years, and I think that women do not have the same rights like men in the top institution of the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Liu Shoshi. Now, to see an international perspective, I give the floor to Madam Christine Todd Whiteman, 50th Governor of New Jersey from United States.
Whiteman.
Please take the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being able to hear all of this. In many ways, we're doing better than we are here in the United States. We are not close to that level of representation. We are finally getting there. With this election cycle, we will have more women serving in the House and the Senate than we have before, and of course we have a female vice president. I think the most important thing, however, besides quotas, which is a nice idea, but I've seen parties across Europe that have instituted those just stick to the quota. They get to their 30% and that's it, and they're not interested in really building the infrastructure that allow women to run on their own and be elected because of their competence, not just meeting a quota because their names have been slipped into a place. But it's important to remember that every issue is a woman's issue. And while there are certain issues that obviously apply really to women, even domestic violence, that's a family issue. That is not just a woman's issue. It affects the children. It affects everyone in the family and around that woman. So it is more a societal issue than just a woman's issue. Women care about health. That's not just a male issue. That's a woman's issue, because so often the woman as the head of the household is the one dealing with the children who have health issues or parents who have health issues. They are the ones that are providing that kind of support and multitasking. And so as we look at the issues that we're facing, not just in Kosovo, not just in the United States, but around the world, we have to understand that we need the perspectives of all different life experiences in order to craft the kind of legislation that will stand the test of time. There is no one group that has all the right answers. The white males don't have it all. All the women don't have it all. People from every walk of life need to be at the decision-making table if we're going to start to have the decisions being made that will stand that test of time. Democracy is a very fragile thing, as we are seeing in this country right now. We're proving our strength, but we've been challenged. And in many ways, it's not a bad thing in that more people now know more about how this Constitution works than they ever did before. And we have stood that challenge. But it's something that you've got to nurture. It needs to be protected. It is important to ensure that we are the guardians for the future. And again, that takes everyone, men and women and people from all diverse backgrounds. Minorities as well deserve a position at the decision-making table. We are, all of us, part of a very diverse society. Each of us in our own way have societies that reflect our ethnic backgrounds as well as others. I don't think there's a country in the world that does not have minorities as part of their overall makeup. And we need to be listening to them. We need to be hearing them. And quite frankly, women are pretty good at that. They tend to do that. They tend to do that well. And I would say that what we need to do when we look at these issues, both here in the United States and overseas, is understand that we shouldn't be embarrassed. We shouldn't be apologetic for wanting more women to participate in these issues, that women need to be heard. And women have got to be willing to step up as well. Women have to be willing to take the chance to get out of the comfort zone, to understand you don't have to know everything about everything in order to contribute you can learn on the job the same way as a man can, as your male counterpart can. So we need to understand all of that, and we need to accept it, and we need to promote it. We being women have to step out and say, we need to be heard, we demand to be heard, and we demand to be heard for our own rights, for what we have to give, not just because there's a quota that says we need to be there as a certain percentage, but because we have a place at the table, a very important place at the table. With that, unfortunately, I did not get everything that I needed to get ahead of time to know who I throw this to next. So can somebody step in and help me, please? Who goes next? I apologize. That's on me. I don't know whether it's a Congresswoman or Madeleine Albright. It would be one of the two who have far more to say on this than I do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whitman. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Louise Frankel, Congresswoman of the United States Congress.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Louise Frankel, a member of Congress from Florida, South Florida. Good to be with all of you today. And I'm just hopping in because I haven't got the wrong time. So I'm here, though. Nice to see you all. And good to be with you, Governor. Nice to see you. And to the other dignitaries on this call today. Let me just start with a very basic statement that I just believe, and I think the governor would agree with this, and probably the rest of you. When women are empowered, when they are educated, when they are healthy, when they are free from violence, when they have access to financial tools, where there's gender equity, not only are their lives better, not only are their lives fuller and their families' lives better, but so are the lives of the people in the community and the world here. And I think that is a philosophy that we must live with all over the world, in every corner. And you know what's so interesting to me, because I have been all over the world as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and now on the appropriations that we fund the activities of the State Department. What I've seen with the lives of women, and as I compare it to the lives of women here in the United States, is that we all have very similar challenges, but to different degrees. And I think we can definitely learn from each other. Today with COVID, which has really, again, just been a crisis for just about every country. We all have very similar challenges, but to different degrees. And I think we can definitely learn from each other. Today with COVID, which has really, again, just been a crisis for every country.
We have technical issues, technical difficulties. Congresswoman, you had some technical issues. Are you okay now?
That was sad.
I think we're okay now, Congresswoman. Certainly we are live. We have connections via several platforms, so I think it's understandable that we have some cutoffs. I think that you're with us now, Congresswoman. If you'd like to continue, please. Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Congresswoman. If you can continue, please. Yes, we can hear you.
I'll try to. I don't know what.
We're okay now, Congresswoman. Live, we have connections via several platforms, so I think it's understandable that we have some cutoffs. I think that you're with us now,
Congresswoman, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yes, thank
please.
you. Can you hear me? I'm getting
We can
an
hear
echo
you now,
back.
we can hear you now, Congresswoman. If you
Okay.
can continue, please.
Yes, okay, thank you
Yes,
very
we
much.
can hear you.
I'll try to. Okay.
Congresswoman, we have connections via several platforms, so I think it's understandable that we have some cutoffs. I think that you're with us now.
Yes.
Congresswoman, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yes.
Please.
Okay. So, can you hear me now? I don't really know if you can hear me. Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, so let me continue. I said COVID has hit our country and many, and it's a crisis all over the world, and it adds to the challenges that women have, especially in the areas of violence against women, in the financial crises of women, and so we see that here in America, and I know it's a similar situation in Kosovo. So let me just because I know we're having all kinds of technical difficulties. Let me say and just sort of add on to what I heard the Governor Whitman say, and how do you move forward, especially in this kind of crisis? Whatever differences that your women in Parliament, in your government may have, it is very important to band together, whether it's in a caucus, you may have that now, where you can, where in numbers you can promote your agenda. It's very important to work with civil society and any groups or agencies that promote and advance women and girls, for you to be connected and work together and form coalitions to advance the empowerment of girls and women. And I think with that, I'll pass it on, and I'll stay in here for the discussion.
Congressman,
Thank you, Congresswoman, for this. I'd like to give the floor now to Lucas Mandel, a member of the European Parliament. Mr. Mandel, the floor is yours.
Parliamentarian, and thank you very much for having me today. I'm more than happy that we can exchange views globally widespread on this important issue, which is as well globally widespread. My general approach to this is the claim he for she, because it means that the issues of equality are not issues for women alone, but issues for each and every reasonable person on the world. Ms. Whiteman has already stated today, it's an issue that is relevant for each and everybody. And that's what I share with the claim he for she, which was originally a campaign of the United Nations, and is today also, I would say, a civil society movement, and something more and more also men all over the planet follow. And this seems to be important to me, because it's true what also Ms. Shoshi and others have stated today, that there is not any country on the planet yet where equality is achieved. And as far as we can see, it will not be achieved in any country entirely until 2030. So there is really a lot to do in many, many parts of the world. I appreciate, and I have appreciated for many, many years, so many great serving ladies and women in the Republic of Kosovo, in the political sector, as elected officials, as government officials. As Ms. Shoshi has already stated, we had Atifete Yayaga as a president of the Republic of Kosovo. We have today the speaker of the Kosovo parliament, who is also serving as an acting president at the moment, since the election of a new president in the parliament has not yet been done. There's money, and 30% is not enough. 30% of
serving women in the political sector, but it's more than in other comparable countries. It's more than in other countries in the Western Balkans and the Balkans and in other parts of Europe as well. And that's in some respects, Kosovo can also serve as an example, which is also a good example from Kosovo, as we have heard in the very beginning of today's talk, is the constitution. As in each and every country in the world, the constitution is important and is, let's say, presenting all of us with an ideal, but it's important to have an ideal and a clear picture, and the constitution of the Republic of Kosovo is maybe one of the most modern constitutions in this world, also claiming equality of men and women, which is extremely important. In European Parliament, and I'm more than happy that as well the US Congress and the European Parliament are represented in today's talk. It means a lot, I guess. In European Parliament, it's about structures as well. And that's also a message I want to convey in order to achieve a better atmosphere and better preconditions for equality in legislation. We need proper structures for that. And what we have in the European Parliament is, on the one side, a committee on women's rights and a representative and a responsible person, each and every other committee of the European Parliament on gender issues. So both are structural models, I would say, which contribute to our common goal and our common endeavor. The Committee on Women's Rights has the opportunity and the right to influence each and every other committee. So the Committee on Women's Rights in European Parliament can contribute with amendments and proposals and so on to each and every other committee in the European Parliament. And the responsible person on gender equality in each and every committee overviews the gender-related issues, and there is nearly no issue which would not be gender-related in some sense in each and every committee. I want to share one figure with you which seems important to me, especially in times of the pandemic and especially when it comes to the question of same rights and same opportunities in the labor market and in economy and in business. As we can see, due to the pandemic and due to the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, there are many job losses. There is a higher unemployment in all parts of the world, actually. But what we also can see in the numbers, and we should not underestimate this important factor and fight it, is that women are 1.8 times more in danger to lose their job due to this economic crisis which we experienced recently than men. So again, women are more vulnerable due to the kind of jobs they have. And if we fight the consequences of the pandemic in terms of economy, we also have to see this important factor in each and every respect and in each and every area. And since also violence and gender-related violence was mentioned, I totally agree with what was already said, that gender-related violence is a family issue, is of course an issue not for women. It's an issue for each and every reasonable person to fight. It's an issue for children. It's a broad issue. And I want to state maybe two things. The one is due to OECD figures. And OECD figures never show figures for the Republic of Kosovo, since we have still this mess that Kosovo is not represented in OECD due to the reasons we all know and we have also to fight. But due to OECD figures, the numbers of gender-based violence are rather higher in the Western Balkan countries than in other parts of the OECD area. On the one side. On the other side, we should never forget that all over the world gender-based violence is an issue, and all over the world it has to be fought. And it is related to the general state of women and to the general state of equality between men and women all over the world. And that's maybe an important part as well. I totally agree with what Mimosa Kusari-Lila has stated, who is a part of what I have meant with strong ladies and women in Kosovo politics, which I have known for many years, and I'm happy she's still there. That it's about legislation. It's not only about talk and exchanging of views or interesting events or something. It's about legislation, hard, clear, strict legislation. That's what I also want to underline. And of course, it's important to motivate girls and women to get engaged in the political sphere or to get engaged in civil society. I also appreciate and have appreciated for many years the work of women NGOs in the Republic of Kosovo. Ms. Shoshi, for example, has visited Brussels for several times. I also had the privilege to meet with her more than a year ago, and I had a very, very good impression about the NGOs work in Kosovo on same rights for men and women and equality, which also seems to be an important part and to remain involved in all parts of society. So thanks to all of you. Thank you for having me. Thanks to the National Democrat Institute for this today's event on an issue which must not be underestimated for many different.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Without further ado, let me go to a quick question that has been recorded on video. If you can play the video, please.
Greetings, all Frankel, Todd Whitman, Manai Lila. Thank you very much for your words in this session. I want to inform you that I was part of the parliament since 9 years as a professional political staff, and I had some very good initiatives, as some passed and some didn't, but the ones that passed changed essentially gender representation in public institutions. I want to mention the initiative of Madam Kusari Lila, who in the past legislature was about the amendment on loan companies, which helped the involvement of women in economy, and the proposal was that the quota of 40% is introduced initially, and after 2 years to have 50% quota in the boards of the companies, which was good. And Madam Ghazali Lila, I would like to congratulate you for this great job done. My question is to Kusari Lila and also Musliu Shushai and also Shkamanai, because they are current MPs. My question is as following. Are you ready to take a legal initiative to change the law on gender equality and all the provisions stemming from this amendment in order for the next election, central and local, to have lists equal 50% representation, and also the representation in the parliament to reflect this quota? If yes, I am ready and prepared, telling Madam Kusari Lila, Madam Shoshi, and also Manai, because they are part of the session. I'm willing to help you in drafting the proposal for initiative for this initiative on this issue. Madam Lila, this is Nahimia. Please, your comments. It is a pleasure to continue with advancing the legislation, but also oversight is important, and about the law on elections and gender equality. I said it in my intro remarks. We already have a mechanism, law on financing of political parties, and I called on Mr. Yakai. If you have anything about the analysis done already, is there any country regulating quota or setting quota, or allocating specific budget for women in political parties in any of the countries, to provide us with any support and assistance? And second, I consider that it is the right time in Kosovo to have like alignment of the loan election and gender equality. as I said, 1/3 candidate should be a woman. This should not be an issue, and we should not suffice ourselves. We should aim 50% representation. So we don't want to harm any of the gender, but to have equal representation in the list and also representation in the parliament. Let me tell you about my experience in local elections in 2017 in political parties called Alternativa in Jakova. I said 38 candidates should be, we had 20 women and 18 men. Only 4 women and 2 men were elected. We have more women than men, and I'm not saying that this is what they decided by the voters, of course. And in the moment women were given sufficient room, they were more electable before their constituency. I hope that we will have cooperation with all political parties in this regard, not only with one political party. Yes, so give them room and they will prove themselves and votes will come. Yes, Madam Shoshi. If you're still online, okay, we give the floor to Monay. Okay, now Madam Shoshi is here. Testing 1, 2.
So what I wanted to tell you, I thought your remarks were very insightful, very good. And I would ask our Assemblywoman from Kosovo if you have any questions of us, or you have any response to what you have heard. Oh, God.
Woman? I'm sorry, Congresswoman. I couldn't hear you. The sound has been on and off, I'm afraid, which is understandable given the number of people on this, but...
No, there was a question to members of Kosovo Parliament, and that's why I would give the floor to Madam Shoshi about the question of Mr. Yahai. Ariana Shoshi, do you hear us? It seems that we are having some technical issues. Let's go to Shkamanai, who is here with us. Thank you for your question, Mr. Yakai, and soon we will be obligated to enter a electoral reform process, including amendments of the legislation and maybe the constitution of Kosovo as well. And in this electoral reform process, we should also maybe seek setting gender quota, because based on gender legislation, it is 30%, while gender equality requires all institutions of Republic of Kosovo representation is 50-50%. We should seek having the same quota aligned with the Constitution of Kosovo, because there was quite some debate, including the time when Madame Kusari Lila introduced the amendment to have 40% women representation in the boards of shareholders companies, and then which may be in contradiction with the Constitution, and we have to be careful that all these initiatives are in accordance with the Constitution. And me, as I have supported always all the issues presented in the committee and in the parliament, issues related to gender equality and representation of women in the parliament and other institutions. And I tell you, I commit myself to support every legal initiative which advances representation of women in public institutions. But in addition to this, we have to commit ourselves that this representation is visible in civil society and in the private sector in our country. And civil society and private sector in our country, as a young democracy, young country, we have a representation which may be considered good representation, but there is always room to improve. Now we are working in amending or issuing a new regulation of the Parliament of Kosovo, and I'm chairing the working group of regulation. And in this working group, we have decided that the deputy speaker is always of the other gender of the speaker. So if the speaker is a woman, the vice is a man, and vice versa. And we have also granted a special status here for caucus of women, because it was an informal caucus, and now based on the new regulation of the parliament, it enjoys a special status. And also it is important to state that there is an important mechanism in Parliament, which is the Commission of Human Rights and Gender and Human Rights, which is a permanent commission in the Parliament, and every law and every act passing the plenary should go to this commission for consideration whether the law is in compliance with legislation in effect and Constitution of Kosovo about gender representation in our country. Very useful information about advancing women's rights. Let's hope that they will be adopted soon, and we hope that MP Shoshi can hear us. And what is your response to the question of Nahim Yakai, who asked a question to Kosovo MPs? Thank you, but I missed the question. If you can repeat the question. The question was if you are ready to cooperate in order to have his support, and because he's willing to support all three of you MPs towards reaching gender equality and incorporating the provisions which were proposed by Kusari Lila, but they were not incorporated already. So the quota to be increased quota from 30 to 50% in terms of representation of MPs. So to have to strike this balance 50-50. Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you, and want to thank panelists. As I said in my intro speech, I support the idea of having 50% gender representation. Together with Mimosa, we are ready to take on the initiative, and I will give my best to have women representation 50% in the list and also in our institutions. Thank you, and there is another question from our participants, Madame Shpresa Bayrami, who asked the question to Lucas Mann, and the question is as following: at what extent the women voices serves in EU, and what Kosovo should do in this regard in order to reach your standards? Mr. Mann, did you hear the question? The question is for Mr. Lucas Mann, member of European Parliament. Was the question clear, Mr. Lucas?
Clear, thank you so much. I guess it's both about structures and about, let's say, daily life. The structures are, on the one side, the legal structures, which were already raised for several times in today's talk. But there are also the structures that I mean within the political parties and in each and every entity that nominate candidates for elections and on each and every level. And I guess at least as important as legal structures is the willingness and the commitment of entities, of parties and nomination bodies on each and every level on nominating as much women as possible. And sometimes structures are very much influenced by, I would say, male approaches. Sometimes even the male participants don't recognize themselves that the way they are seeking for candidates is the wrong way to find female candidates. So the question of commitment in the structures on each and every level for nomination on the one side, and on the other side, in daily life, to involve women in politics, to ask women for their opinion, not only women, but already girls, on a school student level, on university level, to involve women in public debates, not to, for example, as a male official, not to attend panels without women, or in order to seek for each and every panel that may be organized female participants. These are approaches in daily life which can make a huge difference. So I would say, on the one side, structures, on the other side, daily life, and keep the major importance of equal opportunities always in mind, can make a huge difference. But since you have put the question this way, also in the European Union and in each and every member state of the European Union, we have not yet achieved a state that can already speak of entirely equal opportunity. So each and every country in the world and each and every reasonable person, I would say, still has to contribute to the issue as much as possible.
Thank you, and I have the same question for Madam Whitman and Frankel. The question is, based on your experience, what would you suggest your colleagues, Kosovo colleagues, members of Kosovo Parliament must do in order to adopt gender-sensitive legislation? And also what they have to do, what tools and means they should use in terms of parliamentary oversight in order for the Constitution allowing gender equality and other legislation to be implemented. What are the tools to be implemented by your fellow colleagues of Kosovo to empower gender equality provisions? Ms. Whitman?
Well, actually, it's the Congresswoman who probably should answer this, and she has to deal with her fellow Congresspeople on bringing these issues to the floor and shepherding legislation through. But there are a couple of things that I would say. One is, again, I would remind people how important these issues are to society in general, that they go to build a stronger society. It's not just about women, to take it beyond that so that people understand the importance of that, and to ensure that women are supporting women. As the Congresswoman mentioned, one of the strengths that they have in the United States Congress is the women working together. I would argue, Congresswoman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most of the bipartisan legislation that has actually reached the floor or been passed has had women co-sponsors, if not primary sponsors. Women want to get things done. For the most part, they go into office because they want to accomplish a goal, not for what is perceived as a great title or power. They see it as a means to an end, to accomplishing something positive. And those are the emphasis, that's the emphasis we need to put on things. And we need to get women to support other women, because that, at least in this country, has been for quite a while an issue, that women hold other women to a higher standard because they don't. I believe it's because we don't see as many women in positions of decision making. We're so used to seeing men. And when women do stand when they try to bring a piece of legislation forward, they don't always get the support of the other women that they need. But I would venture to say the Congresswoman is the one who really can answer this question from the legislative point of view.
Well, thank you, Governor. Actually, you had very good advice there. So let me say that I think having a goal or a mission to get gender equality in your proportion of your people in your assembly is a good mission, but you don't have to wait for that to happen in order to advance women and girls and their families. And in the United States, we are, over 230 years old, and we finally have gotten coming in this next session, we'll have the most number of women ever in our Congress, and that's only going to be about 26%, something like that. But with that said, I want to tell you that women in political office have made a great difference, and being women in Congress have made a big difference. An example, when we finally got women on our what's called our appropriations committee, which is the committee that spends the federal government money. When we finally got women on that committee for the first time, and this was probably 20 years ago, for the first time, we saw women's health being funded the way it should be. And so instead of doing research just with male subjects and on male illnesses, when women got involved in the process, we saw money going, for example, to breast cancer research and to breast cancer treatment. And women then were also being used as subjects as research. That's just one example. We have in our Congress, we have both a bipartisan women's caucus, which women from both sides work together and in the past have been able to advance things like violence, legislation to combat violence against women. The Democrats also have a caucus, the women, and now we're going to have more Republican women in, so I expect that they will also have their own alliances. But we have, so for this session, we actually came together, we put together I'll say for a list, it's more than a list, of issues that we want to see happen in order to advance women and girls, whether it's more money, for example, for childcare is an example. More making sure that we pass legislation for more resources for women who are victims of domestic violence. We put together our agenda. We are going to present it to the incoming President of the United States. We will present that agenda to the members of Congress, and then we will actively work to pass legislation to get that agenda moved forward, as well as our spending priorities. And importantly, we work with outside groups that act as not only do they give us information, but we work together to promote these policies. They lobby other members of Congress. And I want to just say this, Mr. Mandel, I really respect and enjoyed your remarks. You are, he is definitely an example of why it's very important to get men as your allies too, and to make sure that they come on board with your efforts.
Can I just add one thing to what Congresswoman just said, because she mentioned it, and it fits into what you said about Mr. Mendel as well. You said that one of the early issues taken up are more money for breast cancer research. Well, guess what? Men get breast cancer too. And when we had an initiative in New Jersey on breast cancer, we did a year. My husband was the one who led it in New Jersey. And so these issues cover both sides, and we've got to understand that and be willing to support them, even though they may have been labeled as just women's issues. There really aren't any that are exclusively women's issues.
And I think, again, that goes back to just advance the ideas. And look, there's so much research on this all over the world, is that when you do advance women and girls, you are advancing their families. And because women, we are mothers, we're sisters, we're daughters, we're grandmothers, so much influence in the home life and in the community. And, the research shows that when women are advanced, their communities are more peaceful and they are more prosperous.
Thank you, much respected dignitaries. We came to the end of this panel discussion. Allow me to thank you for your contribution and for this significant information that you've shared with us and for great discussions. Dear participants of the Week of Women, please stay with us. In a few minutes, we will begin with the next session titled Accelerating Change, Women in Peace and Security. We will have Ms. Samantha Power, Ambassador of the United States in the United Nations, and moderated by Nita Luzzi, anthropologist of the University of Pristina. Thank you all for being with us. It was a real pleasure. I look forward to seeing you again in the future to discuss further on progresses and challenges alike. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, so I think we can start. It seems that's the message I've received. So Ambassador Power, thank you so much for joining us in this session. It's titled Accelerating Change, Women in Peace and Security. I have to say I'm particularly delighted and humbled to have been invited to moderate this discussion on the intersection of global security, mechanisms for women's participation in conflict resolution, and as we have seen and witnessed in the past couple of years, women's incredible resilience and agency in generating social and political transformation towards both equality and equity. Ambassador Power, Professor Power, just for our viewers, I would like to introduce you briefly as well, is Anna Lynn Professor of the Practice of Global Leadership and Public Policy at Harvard Kennedy School. She's also William Zabel Professor of Practice in Human Rights. Between 2013, she served as U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, as well as member of President Obama's cabinet. From 2009 to 13, she was also the National Security Council, the Special Assistant to the President, a strong advocate on atrocity prevention, UN reform, LGBT and women's rights, the protection of religious minorities, and the prevention of human trafficking. Ambassador Power was the founding executive director of the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at the Kennedy School. She has also numerous books and has won the Pulitzer Prize and the National Book Critics Circle Award. Professor Power, Ambassador Power, could you please?
I'm sorry. Hi, Nita. Yes.
For opening remarks, please.
Okay. I would just say I'm glad to be here, and I'm delighted to take your questions. I have very fond memories of my times in Kosovo as a reporter. Really, that's the only capacity in which I've visited, but. My connections with people in your country run deep, and the warmth that people showed me back in the day when recovering from some of the worst events that any individuals could even imagine, from the worst horror movies, to extend that kind of warmth to an outsider in those circumstances, I'll never forget. So it's just when Nancy Soderberg writes you and the word Kosovo is in the invitation, you just say yes and ask questions later about what you've agreed to. So I have a very big place in my heart for Kosovo.
Perhaps maybe taking cue from that, maybe if I could ask you to perhaps provide some perspective from your time at the UN specifically, and on the role of women in peace and security processes. Right now, the 20th anniversary of 1325, maybe even considering some of the challenges we face today, global health and climate, for example. Do you have any reflections on how the UN member states should think about strengthening women's involvement in peace and security issues?
Absolutely. And let me just say, I should have added that, thanks to NDI for running this program. It's already proven worth its weight in gold in terms of the number of people who've passed through it, and have women who've been, I think, emboldened by what they've heard and what they know needs fixing in their own countries, throwing their hats in the ring, on parliamentary slates, getting elected, and then being there, I hope, as mentors to other young women who might be not so sure whether to do the same. And hats off also to the men who are part of this program. It's no secret that we won't be able to make the progress toward equality without more of you viewing this set of subjects as centrally relevant to your success as individuals and as leaders, but also to Kosovo's success. It has to be seen as central, this agenda. And so that's a nice segue to 1325 and the peace and security agenda, because I think what makes it so important is it moved the idea normatively, first of all, just as a practical matter, onto the agenda of the Security Council for the first time since the founding of the UN, breaking decades of silence and exclusion of that set of issues. But more than that, I think that there's a lot of focus on the anniversary this or the anniversary that. and I've been part of those anniversary efforts to use the anniversaries as hooks to stock take and so forth, which is a version of what we are doing here today. But I think what is really noteworthy about 1325 and its legacy is it moved the issue of women's involvement in peace processes, women's involvement in politics, women's empowerment, the fate of women in conflict, but also all that women have to offer, again, in conflict resolution. It moved all of that from where I think it had kind of lived in most people's minds, even in women's minds, which is, you know, a moral issue, maybe a humanitarian issue, maybe a normative issue, right? That's where, you know, a lot of people have been advocating that way of talking and that prioritization for a long time. But it shifted it into an issue of self-interest, I think. And into then that's when you started, I don't know if Nancy and others agree, but that's when you start to see, you know, amazing people like Milan Verveer at Georgetown, centers cropping up around the world where people, the academic studies had existed, but the proliferation of analytic work that now show indisputably the link between involving women in peace processes and the question and the length that a peace settlement is likely to last, that show indisputably the link between women's political enfranchisement and GDP. You know, that the link between how women are treated in the home and in the workplace with broader questions of a country's capacity for maintaining peace and security, for preventing violence more broadly, and seeing the correlations that are very disturbing between domestic violence, for example, and other forms of militancy, you know, in a country. And I'm just speaking at a top level, but what's so important about 1325 is all the work that has been done analytically and in social science. And I'm a professor now at the Kennedy School and Harvard Law School, and I see young people, graduate students, the best and the brightest, you know, saying these are the kinds of questions I want to tackle. And I really credit the architects of that effort, recognizing that first you build the normative structure and then, you know, all kinds of things happen that you don't anticipate. Now, so that's, I think, the good news. I think the less good news, I just say from, because you asked me to draw on my own experience as UN ambassador, you know, I did, despite this knowledge and this shift of orientation and mindset toward this set of issues, in other words, seeing it not just as a moral issue, but as a self-interested issue for the fate of one's community or one's country, that shift has occurred, but not in everyone. And I did see in my nearly 4 years as Barack Obama's UN ambassador, a much greater tendency to talk about these issues when it was a day where we talked thematically about women, peace, and security. It was much harder to get countries, particularly from developing countries, to mainstream this set of issues. For example, when you were talking about Yemen and the conflict in Yemen, you know, to get the ambassadors to interrogate the special representative of the Secretary General and say, who did you talk to when you were in Sana'a? How many women, you know, are there women who are part of that delegation? It doesn't look like it last I checked. Or if you think about, for example, bilateral diplomacy of the kind that Zalmay Khalilzad has done, I think, brilliantly on behalf of the Trump administration, really made such an important effort to try to achieve a political settlement in Afghanistan and sacrifice so much to be part of that process. But again, for a government like the US government to be then prioritizing consultations with women, involvement of women, you know, even in a negotiation like that, where the degree of difficulty of involving women is higher probably than just about any other place in the world, it's still because we know that we have an interest in not just securing peace or ceasefires, but enduring peace. It's just that inclusion is really important. So I think that's, you know, beyond talking about how many countries have done plans or you know, rates of of violence against women, which do not seem to have abated anywhere near to the extent that we would wish. And of course, with reporting, the stigmas on reporting that still exist in so many countries, it's even hard to get straight what those numbers are like. We know, and maybe we'll come to this, but that the pandemic, of course, has caused horrific spikes in domestic violence in many parts of the world. And again, in key peace processes in the here and now, we're not seeing women being represented or included to the degree that they should be. So I guess it's normative progress. It is a shift in people's understanding of why we are pushing this agenda. But as is often true with norms, implementation is the key. I'm very excited about the new administration, for example, coming into the United States, and the emphasis that many prominent leaders in the new team have placed on this set of issues. I think to have the U.S. in a catalytic role on 1325, I'll tell one story, and some of you will know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name the person, but in the Obama administration, a senior Obama administration official, this portfolio meant so much to this person that, and I'm using gender neutral pronouns so as not to out the person, but their code at the ATM bank machine, when they get the money out of the bank machine, the code that they used was 1325. Like that's the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 lived in this person's heart to that extent. And I think that you're going to see more of that, but there are plenty of people in the coming administration also who are civil servants and foreign service officers who've really had that epiphany and do not view this as charity to women, but view it as central to a country's development.
To me, it seems that what you're also, in a way, discussing is this very significant paradigm shift that occurred. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about perhaps the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on these issues in terms of peace and security at different levels, and whether this in any way will bring in some kind of a new shift with all the short givings of what is in terms of the implementation of 1325 and other mechanisms.
Well, I'm going to blur some issues here and not just talk about 1325, but just talk about the fate of women generally, if I could, because I think it's, I think it's in our interest, frankly, to broaden it out and include the core of 1325, but not be limited to it, because it's so connected to everything else, that agenda. So I think we have to start with the bad news and then pivot to your question about the recovery, because I think that's where the opportunities lie. So the bad news is that in around 40% of countries in the world, we have seen, according to Freedom House, general backsliding on human rights during the pandemic. And so whether that's, elected leaders who are using the pandemic as an excuse to postpone or cancel elections, whether it is human rights abuses being carried out because, for example, funding for civil society has scaled way back and there are fewer people out there monitoring or less resources to monitor. There are 100 reasons that data sounds right to me. I mean, again, just when you get this kind of also set of economic circumstances and the personal devastation that so many families have experienced because of the economic losses or the health losses, that kind of desperation, we know the preconditions, for example, for conflict, they're not dissimilar to preconditions for human rights abuse, for people taking matters into their own hands. Crime is up, rule of law is down all around the world. So if that's the general picture, women are, if nothing else, a subset of the general picture, but it's worse than that, because women, you've seen, again, and it's the data is not, we're not going to get the full picture for a long time, if ever, but, women are bearing a disproportionate, many versions of the disproportionate effects. I mean, we all know, for all the women on the call today, just what the burden of raising children during a pandemic, what portion of that burden and privilege falls to the moms, right? You know, and how many women have been either had to leave their jobs because suddenly they had kids that were home and had to be minded because they were no longer at school, which is, you know, where they get educated, but also where they are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. during the day, allowing many women to work. But if you didn't have the resources to hire childcare, you know, women were the ones who were going to have to tell their employers that they couldn't work anymore if there was a job to have, right? Which women were also some of the first to be laid off. You know, so you see, you know, it's not just the pay gap, but you might call it the, you know, the sort of responsibility gap that exists when it comes to taking care of aging parents who might be afflicted by COVID or health ailments that don't get tended to in a pandemic, or for children, but the caretaking role just falls again to women, and so the knock-on effects on women's advancement. You know, I mean, I was looking at the statistics you all have for the number of women running for parliament or who've just been elected to parliament. I think it's 39 women or something. It's amazing, right? But how many of those women in this period, if they happen to have either aging parents or young kids, are just operating with way more on their minds than their male parliamentary counterparts, right? Because of what the pandemic, you know, has put in their laps that, you know, even in very progressive societies is not equitably shared. So then your question is, how do we build back better, to quote the president-elect Joe Biden? And I think it's really hard, but, you know, it's going to require, if gravity alone is at work, men will get rehired first. You know, hybrid schooling and all of that, it will still fall to mothers, you know, to be in lead roles. And so this is where having public figures, parliamentary leaders, business leaders, just remembering what gravity means for women. Gravity is not a friend of women. Like, dropped objects fall. Women, you have to fight gravity and tradition and habit and slow things down and embed checks and balances to make sure that as we get our economies back on float, we're doing so equitably. And there is an opportunity not only to do it equitably and not make the mistakes that we've made in the past after recessions, where women are usually in a second tier, but take this as an opportunity to revamp our hiring practices in an enduring way, right? Not just in a recession environment, but well beyond. But I do think, like, the philanthropic giving is down, foundations have less to work with, you know, and women are on the front lines, of course, in tending to the pandemic. So in terms of infections and so forth, you have nurses and PAs and others and physicians, you know, of course, who've paid the ultimate price for their sacrifice. So teachers who are, in order to not leave our kids behind, who are back on the front lines, not getting the appreciation or the pay that they deserve. So there's just so much that if we really could start anew, we would write the rules differently. And this does, in many countries, create that opportunity, but in a kind of staggered way. So it's not like there's one creation moment, right? It's like, and so that's why the bad habits tend to creep back in quickly.
There has been a lot of commentary and discussion about what we build and how it's built and so forth, and numerous different solutions. Or one thing that we've noticed is that women have been a central part of movements globally for the past number of years, but also within this context that you've just also described, anywhere from the US this year to Chile, to Sudan, to Belarus. Can you speak a little bit maybe about the dynamic that is being played out and what in these instances, and what you think have been some of the kinds of solutions that these movements have been proposing?
I'm so glad you asked the question, because, you know, it is a bit of a bleak time for so many countries and so many communities, given the human rights recession, given some of the dynamics that we've just described, just given the heartbreaking losses all around us, or people waiting if they're lucky, even in food bank lines that stretch for miles, to be, I mean, nobody's ever wanted to wait in a food bank line. I know that for a fact. And so whether it's personal loss, economic loss, or dignity, the blows to dignity that have occurred in this period is just a really, really tough time. But there is this bright spot out in the world, this bright light that is women taking agency, staging political protests, and making a difference. And so I'd offer a few examples. I mean, first, as has been widely reported around the world, including in Kosovo, of course, the Black Lives Matter movement in the US, really women at the forefront from day one. A lot of young people involved too, men and women alike, but women galvanizing people, making this the most sustained protest movement and the most geographically dispersed protest movement, hitting more places than any protest movement in US history. And the result of that so far is that 40 out of America's 50 biggest cities, so 40 out of the 50 biggest cities in America have put in place some new laws or regulations aimed at curbing police violence. Are they enough? Will they be enforced? Absolutely so much more work to be done. But that is concretely the work of women taking these efforts, this catalytic role into their own hands. Sudan, which I know is kind of far afield from Kosovo, but I think offers even more inspiration because, there's a country where Sharia law is very much, sort of central to the longstanding approach, and certainly those provisions that would make it extremely difficult for women to be politically active, and I mean, just really, really difficult in terms of how the law has treated women over decades. So protests started, as you probably know, a couple of years ago, and it was protests against the military dictatorship that had governed Sudan for several decades. The dictatorship was led by a man named Omar al-Bashir, who had been indicted for genocide at the International Criminal Court in The Hague. And Bashir had been indicted. He was sitting pretty. And people began to protest. Initially, it was sort of a set of economic concerns, just the economy mismanaged for so many years, Sudan so isolated because of its war crimes. And the protests were repressed and the people kept coming out. And lo and behold, women became the backbone of this protest movement. Some estimates are that 2/3 of the protesters that would go on to bring down the Bashir government, an incredibly brutal government that was seen likely to govern forevermore, until probably Bashir was no longer around. That government brought down by a female-led protest movement, embodied in one of the great photos of all time of a young Sudanese protester, I think up on a car, kind of talking to this large crowd of people. And you asked about results. The results are that female genital mutilation has now been criminalized in Sudan by the new civilian-led government. The law which required female mothers, to seek the consent of their spouse before traveling within Sudan with their children, that requirement has been dropped, just as two examples. And the women aren't going anywhere. I mean, they are ready to take to the streets at a moment's notice, and they have a long list of demands that they have made. And then Belarus, which is closer to home, not least because I think Lukashenko is a figure familiar to you, having lived the Milosevic years. So I think Lukashenko and Milosevic actually have a fair amount in common. And Lukashenko stole the election. Svetlana, of course, now traveling the world to try to win support. Women, despite the brutal crackdown, 100 days of protests so far. The effort to win support of countries outside of Belarus and leaders outside of Belarus has been quite successful. The sanctions that have been put in place, banning travel for senior Belarusian regime officials, the sanctions freezing the assets of those people, and you know that repression and corruption go hand in hand, and so there's a lot to freeze in different places, I suspect. And so that's just women driving this and refusing to go home and accept that the odds are against them. So I think, you in Kosovo have even more difficult circumstances than certainly than we have faced here in the United States in recent times. I say that as a white woman, and you all have had really difficult political circumstances, economic circumstances, and so forth. But I think take heart, right? Those Sudanese women, I mean, what they were up against in terms of, laws designed to keep them at home, to keep them disempowered, and what they've managed to achieve, and they're only just getting going. So I think these examples, what the Belarusian women are up against in terms of the extent of police violence and crackdown, we can all be inspired by them, whatever the set of challenges are within our domain, just to put them in perspective and develop that resilience to keep going. It's really important.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to see about taking perhaps some questions that we have been also getting from viewers. There's one which I think we've kind of addressed. It speaks about the role of women in conflict resolution. And here the Julieta Ibishi asks this question and wants to know whether there's something that, in terms of the role that women play, especially in terms of the role of women and children. So maybe here I would maybe just kind of add a critical outlook of how women have been sometimes brought into these circumstances through their vulnerabilities as mothers and so forth. And the examples you've given us are about women in so many other kinds of political positions and subjectivities. And maybe, I don't know if you want to say anything more about that. We also have another question, or maybe we can start with that now and then I can go to the next question after.
Nita, what do you mean the sort of double-edged sword of talking about women's vulnerability? I don't have, you probably have more sophisticated thoughts than I do. It's tricky because for as long, there's been so much self-silencing, and then there's a concern, of course, about women being seen not as agents but as victims, and that's an absolutely valid concern. But the way out of all of this is what we've been talking about. I think it's political agency exercised on behalf of one's rights. And there's a way to do that would leave no one confused about whether one is strong, capable, notwithstanding what one has endured, just showing that resilience. So I don't know beyond, overcoming that hurdle. I think what's challenging is just instilling in anyone, not just in women and men alike, but in any individual or any group that has had to endure conscious bias and unconscious bias for so long, how to make people in that community believe that if they exercise their agency, they will be better off, that they will gain themselves just at an individual level and a spiritual level, kind of more confidence in themselves, irrespective of what they're able to achieve, that they will develop that sense of purpose and meaning that sometimes, particularly in a, world that is, sometimes has lost its spiritual component, that sense of purpose and meaning can fill a void that some people feel. That religion maybe used to once, offer that. There are lots of different ways to do it, but to engage in improving conditions for, people around you, not even just yourself, is a very rewarding, frustrating, because of all the defeats along the way, but the solidarity of the network and so forth is awesome. It's the most meaningful work.
And this is something I recently heard from a feminist academic and also activist in Argentina who's talking about these infrastructures of care that are built.
Oh, wow. That's great. I love that.
This kind of what you're also referring to.
Yeah, but that's beautifully put. No, that's great. But I think that's the extent of it. I don't know how you get away from, I mean, we can't, the alternative to we can't go back to simply not talking about the things that concern us. And so I think it's less, whether to elevate those issues that are still deeply problematic. I think the answer is you have to, but it's how you do it. And do you do it, again, as part of an empowered community where you minimize, you can't eliminate, but you minimize the risk that someone's going to try to put you in a box, a victim box. I think that's that kind of organizing and that inner determination. I mean, it's not enough, but it's I think, and framing again, and having these powerful examples of when it works, and how women are claiming for themselves. I mean, one thing that's has really struck me lately in the United States, which is again so different than Kosovo's experience, but there've been so many protest movements in recent years on gun violence, on climate, on obviously Black Lives Matter, the Me Too movement, the women's marches. And I had this realization, it's kind of maybe obvious here in the States, but it wasn't obvious for me. But I thought to myself, this is how we change. We in America, we change this way, right? And on one level, you in Kosovo also, you brought change. It was different. It wasn't just political protest movements, but it was creating shadow governments, and school systems that didn't respect, with civil disobedience and so, drawing on those traditions and just, like we in America, we don't change in a top-down way. By the way, very few places do. We change this way. It gets claimed, the reforms that you seek and so forth. So I think tapping those traditions where people feel like they're part of something larger and grander, than just fighting, to redress a grievance, but building something, for the future.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I think absolutely it does resonate in many ways, I think, with what the women's movement here has also been claiming in terms of having recognition of its history and its activism and protest. Definitely, yeah. Maybe one more question from a viewer, Liriana Pula. She's saying, and it kind of connects also to what I had also planned on asking, is that while physical violence has been reported more than other kinds of violence, for example, verbal violence and insults, what do you think needs to be done in this direction in order to raise awareness and perhaps also in regard to reporting? Maybe we can even place this in a larger context of social media platforms and the role they're playing in maybe social shifts, like with Black Lives Matter, for example, or other examples, and in geopolitics as well, increasingly having a role to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some very worrying trends afoot at the moment, and that's not my opinion. That's sort of an objective fact, right, that we can all see. So we're in a period of 14 straight years of freedom in decline around the world, for example, according to Freedom House. So it's not just the pandemic spike in human rights abuse, we've got bigger problems. We have this surge in support in a lot of countries for populist, illiberal, nationalist leaders. Not always, but almost pretty close. Like a lot of the time, that has coincided both with everything, with a hearkening back to quote unquote traditions, which in a country like mine, has had a racial component. You've seen in a country like Poland, there's, for example, a lot of anti-Semitism and a lot of anti-LGBTQ animus. You actually have towns in Poland declaring themselves free of LGBTQ ideology and kind of owning that. And whether it's anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim sentiment, anti-LGBTQ sentiment, white supremacy, which you see in certain quarters, certainly anti-migrant or anti-immigrant, anything that would be seen as other. But in almost all of those circumstances, you see either an anti-feminist component or a kind of misogynist, outright misogynist component. So look at Bolsonaro in Brazil or Duterte in the Philippines. And this is really problematic because when you see the leaders of countries using their platforms to legitimate sexual violence, to denigrate women, to talk about what women's intellects in ways that are demeaning. I mean, this doesn't just affect their followers, right? This potentially unleashes different kinds of treatment than when maybe people, like there's the big debate, right? Is it better that they're saying it out loud when before they only thought it? You know what? It's not better they're saying it out loud. It just isn't. Yes, we now know the enemy, but they're changing people's minds, and they're because they have these huge platforms and these social media followings, and because of polarization, many followers, they may be, someone may follow Bolsonaro for one reason, like his economic populism, but in following him and getting dug in, then the way he talks about women sort of creeps into the way who liked his economic policies, now I'm talking to my wife. Like it just, and our kids. So I think that this is a very worrying trend. And what I'm wondering is, what is the critical mass that has to arise again on the other side, preaching pluralism and inclusion and rights respect and celebrating women. I mean, on one level, the pandemic has had one, positive effect in this space, which is it has highlighted for the world some of the most incredible female leaders there are, like, the president of Taiwan, Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, Angela Merkel. I mean, even when Angela Merkel goes into lockdown, her way of going into lockdown is the most sophisticated, and it's a model and puts to shame so many male leaders and their kind of murkiness and hedging and delays and so forth. So even in places where the pandemic has surged again, you still see these qualities of leadership. So maybe that kind of offsets some of these other trends, but it's going to take people holding those leaders accountable for saying things that are false, because so much of it is just based on lies, for saying things that are going to be destructive to their own economic prosperity, because it's going to keep, have an effect over time of disempowering women economically, and employers will be influenced by these kinds of degrading comments, and it's going to have an effect on crime, because as we have seen, there's got to be some correlation in this kind of rhetoric, on hate crimes, which we've seen spike in the U.S. and in other places. And I would suspect it'd be hard to show, and social scientists smarter than me are probably going about crunching the data, and knowing the reporting challenges. But I bet there's a correlation with domestic violence increases as well. I mean, again, I reserve on that until seeing what's getting produced. So it's just, this is in the last few years, democratic leaders, more inclusive and pluralistic leaders, people who really do celebrate the importance of human rights and see the utility of human rights. I'd say they've had less of a pulpit, less of a platform, either because maybe they're not taking it because they're focused on the inner challenges of governing, but you do have a sense that kind of the illiberal forces are on the march, and democratic and pluralistic forces, have been a little bit on their heels, a little more. And so the question, I think, of what people who believe in LGBTQ rights and women's rights and the right to be free of harassment and discrimination and violence, what are we going to do to go back on offense, and celebrating all the good that comes out of building inclusive societies? I think that's going to be really important. And then just parenthetically, because you mentioned social media briefly, I mean, I can't believe the things that are said on my Twitter feed, for example. Just first of all, that they're not taken down, given the community standards that allegedly exist. But I mean, just it's borderline, if not incitement to violence. Often, it's misogyny, capital M. The kinds of things, again, that if you were, if you said in a school, you'd get expelled, right, from school. Still, luckily. And so I think a lot more thought needs to go to, sort of the digital arena, and particularly around the issue of anonymity. And I'm making a familiar point here, but the more anonymous someone is, if they're not going to be held accountable in the workplace for just saying the most hateful, sexist, degrading things to you or me or anybody here, or to a man, frankly, who's getting, sort of, treated in these ways. I mean, because these arguments can, you can see the gender card played against men as well, or, certainly LGBTQ people also, but anonymity, has really accelerated these expressions of hate. And so I just don't see the argument for it. I really don't. And I think much more progress needs to be made. And if people want to say those things, if you're going to make someone feel that way, own it, and own who you are, and make yourself accountable. And I think that would have a profound deterrent effect, which, again, people will say, oh, that's censorship. It's not censorship to say that when you sign up to express yourself, that it's important that we all be accountable to the standards that these private companies have created, and there's no accountability when you just get to speak as Mr. X, and given the harm that gets inflicted and the harm that gets encouraged because of the number of people who are seeing these messages and seeing this normalized, especially young people, that's a really important consideration on the other side as one balances, all of the values that are at stake in real life and in the digital world.
Well, thank you for that. We have one more question, and I was thinking perhaps we can also connect it to also what you have been saying so far. We actually, I think we lost that question, but in a way, there was a viewer that was asking, what should women do to kind of lessen the burden during the pandemic? And maybe we can open that up and say whether this is something that is, again, the burden of women to unburden themselves, or where should we look for this unburdening, perhaps?
Yeah, again, I think if we wait for men to do the unburdening, we're going to be waiting a long time. So I'm sort of, there's nobody here but us chickens, as the English expression goes. I don't know if it probably has a horrible Albanian translation, Kosovar translation, but and doesn't translate well. But basically it's just us and the things that we control. One of the again, very difficult psychological dimensions of the pandemic is the loss of control of so much of one's livelihood, of one's kids' education, of one's health, of the health of one's loved ones. I mean, so we have a saying I have with my kids, which I write about a lot in The Education of an Idealist, my recent memoir, which is just control what you can control. And that's hard enough, right, these days, and defining those things that are within your capacity to do. The other thing I'd say is that, think of all the challenges we've talked about: polarization, digital hate in the digital realm, police violence, corruption. I mean, there's so many problems. And so I think one of the biggest hurdles we have to motivating men and women alike to be part of the solution is that people feel really overwhelmed right now. And the pandemic, this was true before the pandemic, and now the one's system is almost shutting down with just the overwhelming number of challenges. And so here, and this is again a theme of The Education of an Idealist, because I really tried to reflect on what I learned as a journalist back in Kosovo and Bosnia back in the day, as an activist, as a diplomat, And I borrow this concept from two gentlemen named the Heath brothers, Dan and Chip Heath. And they introduced me, at least, to the idea of shrinking the change. They're social psychologists. They wrote a book called Switch, which is excellent, about making social change. And their idea is like when the problems feel big, our temptation is to think that we need a comparable big solution to a big problem. And counterintuitively, we actually need each of us to identify what is the change that can be shrunken down, that might require a lot of us. We may not be able to achieve the change even, but that it is at least conceivable that we can make a difference in this domain. And so shrinking the change to something that's more bite-sized that can be done, we're not going to solve the issue of, domestic violence against women, tomorrow or alone or whatever, however you want to, or even maybe in our lifetimes, right? Inconceivable probably. But we can make a dent. We could maybe, make someone feel a little more seen and heard and a little more part of, we can build out the infrastructure of care, to use this great expression that I've just learned from you, Nita. That may be for now what's in our power to do. We may have fewer resources than we had a year ago to do the kind of things we dream of doing, but with the resources we have, can we skinny down what we can do to do some good? And then opportunities will arise. There'll be the potential to scale, incremental progress. What feels like too slow and too incremental can suddenly create a cascade that you don't see coming, like Me Too. Nobody saw that coming, right? Mm-hmm. That would happen that way, no more than they saw that George Floyd would be the straw that broke the camel's back and would unleash, much more sustained protests than we've seen, and now convince a mainstream presidential candidate to make this a central part of his governing agenda, and so you can't anticipate when the small will become bigger, but if you set out to make the big change in the here and now, that can be a recipe for giving up before you're before you're even getting started. You can just end up thinking, oh, I can't solve that, and therefore let me go do something else. And so I think to keep people in the fight is half the battle right now.
Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. We are over time. It was a great pleasure to have this discussion with you. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your thoughts and experience. And until better times, perhaps, as we shrink the change. Yeah?
Fantastic. Thank you, Nita. Thanks to everybody, and take care out there in these tough times. Good luck.
Dear participants, we have approached the end of the first day of the Conference of the Week of Women. We had the chance together to discuss and listen to international and local distinguished panelists. We will be with you tomorrow as well, starting at 1:15 in a live broadcast with further sessions, further panels, further topics of interest for you. I'd like to give the floor to Michelle Beckering from the U.S. Agency for International Development to do a wrap-up. Ms. Beckering, the floor is yours.
What an honor to be with you. I am hearing quite a bit of feedback, and I hope you can hear me. Well, first of all, let me thank NDI. There we go. Apologies, that's much better. Let me start over. What a pleasure to be with you here today. A big thanks to the National Democratic Institute for inviting me and for hosting this important symposium. And I have to say thank you to all the panelists for your valuable contributions today. And thank you to all of you who took the time out of your schedules to not only attend today's session, but I know there's a full day tomorrow as well. And lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge just the wonderful leadership and this virtual stage. I'm so honored that I was able to share it today with Acting President Osmani, my good friend from the U.S. government, Ambassador Kelly Curry, Congresswoman Frankel, and I understand you were able to just hear from former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Samantha Power. And so I'm delighted to have this opportunity to close out today's event. And there's really nowhere I'd rather be than with you and celebrating what's called a Week of Women. The issues you're discussing, both today and tomorrow, really are personal to me. I have had the great privilege of focusing on women's empowerment and gender equality for a large portion of my career. And I was able to do that for about a decade before I came to the U.S. Agency for International Development, where I actually worked at NDI's sister organization, the International Republican Institute. And there I had the great privilege to head our Women's Democracy Network. And this was a coalition, and I hope some of you on today are part of the WDN network. But we oversaw efforts in over 70 countries around the world to help women to exceed to leadership positions, specifically politically, but also in social and economic life, because we knew that if we were going to meet any of our development goals and if we were going to have flourishing and true democratic governance, we needed to have women's voices at the table. And so what an honor for me when I was asked to join the administration nearly 4 years ago at the U.S. Agency for International Development. And I was so proud because USAID has decades-long track record of really embedding women's empowerment and gender equality throughout all of our development goals. And it's something we recognize is a core tenet of our operating model. Again, we can't make progress in working with our partner countries to achieve their development goals if, again, they're overlooking, right, half of the population, if women's interests and needs and voices aren't taken into consideration. And we see that across development, right? Socially, economically, but we also see it in times of crisis. And I'll speak a little bit to our efforts during the COVID pandemic. But we also recognize, and many of the participants on this call will know too, how vital it is during times of conflict and transition to make sure women are part of our Women, Peace, and Security initiatives. And so for that, I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to talk to you about the work we're doing at USAID and across the US government in these shared endeavors. So let me start a little bit and talk about our work in a couple different areas. First, I want to talk about women's economic empowerment. You know, we recognize that to empower women and girls, we need to look at the whole conundrum of what is out there. What are their barriers to meeting their goals in any areas? And what we have found is this is multifaceted. And one of the areas we have really focused our efforts, specifically in the last 4 years, is on women's economic empowerment. And this has long been a priority for us at the U.S. Agency for International Development. And I've been really proud of our efforts in the U.S. government, particularly the administration's support and launch of the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative. This was the first whole of U.S. government initiative designed to economically empower women all across the world. And we do this by focusing on 3 distinct pillars. The first pillar is women prospering in the workforce. The second is women succeeding in their entrepreneurial goals. And the third, and very important, especially for those of you who represent your governments on this call, it's recognizing that we need to enable women in the economy through legal frameworks, right? Through the enabling environment by making sure they have a level playing field. So the WGDP initiative was really important for us at USAID, as well as throughout the other agencies and departments in the government. It really gave us a new focus and energy. Right now, I oversee the $200 million WGDP fund, which is administered by USAID. And in less than 2 years, through this fund, my team has been able to reach out and partner with more than 450 private sector, NGO, and partner governments around the world in our collective efforts across 60 countries. In less than 2 years, we've already economically empowered 9 million women. And we know this is important, right? Because when we economically empower a woman, that multiplier effect, it's huge, right? It's the woman, it's her family, it's her community, it's her country. It has a multiplier effect that is really unequaled. So we're really proud of our work here, and we're really proud of our work with you, our partners across the world. Through WGDP, we aim to reach 50 million women by 2025. We've already met. Through our collective efforts, we've already economically empowered 12 million women in 2 years, so I know the best is yet to come. I'd like to speak a little bit specifically about how we've partnered with Kosovo in this effort. In Kosovo, through the WGDP program, we're supporting what we call our Engendering Utilities Program. What does this do? This is working with the energy and water sectors by providing tangible economic opportunities for women in what we often see as high growth employment sectors, but sectors that have traditionally been dominated by men. And so in Kosovo, we're partnering with I cannot say this, I apologize, so I will use the acronym, the KOSTT, COST, your power transmission system and market operator. And together with between USAID and COAST, we are investing in women's professional development and the creation and implementation of policies in Kosovo that are really going to empower women company-wide and contribute to the sector's overall strength and resilience. And we're excited. We're doing this work throughout the region, working with other energy utilities there where you are in Europe, in order to really change and bolster the recruitment, the hiring, and the retention of women, because we know how important this is not only for women's empowerment, but again, for your country writ large. Let's also talk about women's political leadership. Kosovo has had a great history in the last 10 plus years of having women at the highest levels of your government as prime ministers, as speakers of parliament, and as presidents. And you know, as well as we know, countries cannot fully achieve democratic governance and sustainable development without women's political leadership. We need women helping lead the charge. So we're really proud at USAID of our efforts in working on this across the world. We also have recognized that when we empower women politically, it goes beyond of what we normally think of just politics. It has symbolic effects because we know that when women's political representation and leadership is visible, that it inspires adolescent girls' own career inspirations. It inspires their educational attainment. It increases women's own opportunities and excitement to be politically active. And it improves society's understanding and appreciation of the value of women leadership. So we work to advance women's leadership in politics and governance by addressing, again, the very critical, fundamental legal, social, and economic constraints to their full participation. We also work at the empowerment stage to make sure that we are providing women with the capacity to engage in civic and political life, and while also working with society to, again, create greater demand and appreciation for women leaders. We are also committed to fostering responsive justice systems that advance women's equal rights, opportunity, and participation. We have worked very closely with Kosovo in this regard, and I want to applaud you for the efforts, especially of the wonderful cadre of women judges and justices that we've worked with that are actively in Kosovo, making sure that women have equality under the law. And this is so important. And to that end, I want to speak specifically about our work with a pioneering judge named Judge Baitiki. Judge Baitiki is the first woman to become court president of the Basic Court of Pristina. As you know, this is your largest court. And by watching the great efforts of Judge Baitiki, we have seen how she has worked to ensure that the justice system there operates in a professional, efficient, and accountable manner with high standards of integrity. And by partnering with your local leaders, we are helping to improve citizens' access to legal information and to ensure the timely, impartial adjudication of their cases. I also want to turn to the topic of women, peace, and security. We were really proud here in the U.S. when President Trump signed into the law the Women, Peace, and Security Act in October 2017. This actually made the U.S. the first country in the world with a comprehensive law outlining the importance of women, peace, and security. And it also required that we, as a government agency, work together with other departments and agencies to create a comprehensive whole-of-government strategy designed to promote and ensure women's meaningful inclusion in peace and security initiatives. We're very proud of this because at USAID, we recognize that investing in women's leadership and empowerment is critical for breaking cycles of conflict and instability that is threatening regional and global security. In the last 2 years, USAID has supported more than 70,000 women to participate in peace-building processes. And we've also provided critical care, their psychosocial support, legal aid, as well as economic assistance to more than 6 million survivors of gender-based violence. So let me talk a little bit more about our efforts in trying to combat gender-based violence. USAID, along with the United States Department of State, has an annual $165 million earmark to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, which I'll call GBV. Our programs support our work in this sector by addressing the root causes of violence. We improve prevention and protection services for victims, and we respond to their health, legal, and economic needs. We've also worked to support legislation criminalizing GBV and to enforce any acts of gender-based violence. At USAID, our programming under GBV is integrated throughout a variety of portfolios. Our activities have focused on reducing sexual harassment in the workplace, ending child and early forced marriage, female genital mutilation and cutting, mitigating cyber-based violence, as well as promoting emerging issues and trends when we see rising GBV in environmental sectors and during times of conflict and crisis. Unfortunately, we recognize all too true that gender-based violence transcends borders, it transcends cultures. 1 in 3 women across the world is going to experience gender-based violence in their lifetime. And unfortunately, these numbers have risen under COVID-19. As is true during many crises, we have seen a rise in GBV during this time. And we are working to provide hope and care for GBV survivors during the pandemic. I'll give you an example of our work right now in Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, with COVID-19, of course, we have seen an increase in violence against women and girls as their livelihoods have been disrupted and their access to affordable food and goods has decreased. During the country's lockdown, 27-year-old Kudzai became less safe because she was spending so much more time in her own home. Our USAID partners on the ground connected Kudzai with trauma counseling and helped facilitate a relocation for her to a safe place with her immediate family members. We have provided and promised this sort of support for thousands of other women like Kudzai across Zimbabwe, and we will continue to do this work. So with that, I also want to mention that in all of our work across the world, we recognize that to meet our goals, we need partners. We need local partners with their know-how and understanding of contextual relevant solutions. We need to work with the faith-based communities. We need to work with schools. We need to work with churches. And most importantly, we need to work with men and boys. We cannot have the solutions to these problems and meet our goals if men and boys are not working with us in our aims. So we work really closely with men and boys across our worldwide efforts to ensure that community-based interventions utilize our strong male champions as positive agents of change within their communities, and as our champions and allies for equality empowerment for the women and girls in their lives. Now, turning to Kosovo, I believe that USAID's work in Kosovo has been a clear example of how we have approached gender equality and equity as both a moral and development imperative. Since the establishment of our USAID mission in Kosovo 21 years ago, we have equipped women with the knowledge and skills they need to advance their careers in government, in civil society, and the private sector. Our comprehensive approach has also included other key components of support, such as addressing the continued challenges of gender-based and domestic violence in Kosovo, and building pathways to property rights, a critical but often overlooked component for women's economic empowerment and to close the income gap. Our commitment to advancing gender equality is a key element of our new USAID 5-year strategy for Kosovo. The strategy sets out a partnership with your government, with the government of Kosovo, and you, the people of Kosovo, our partners both in political parties, civil society, the business community, etc., as we work together to design and implement a dynamic course of activities that will help reduce the persistent gender gap in civic as well as democratic participation, income equality, labor force participation, and access to capital. These unresolved barriers not only impact women, but they continue to hold Kosovo back from fulfilling its full economic and democratic potential. But I am optimistic that our continued partnership with you will greatly contribute to these efforts. In closing, I am honored to be here today alongside of you, alongside of all advocates who seek to see women's equality and empowerment, especially when we talk about women in leadership spheres. You are shaping the future of Kosovo, and it's really a moment of pride for us at the U.S. Agency for International Development to be your partners in these goals. I have long admired the work of so many of you who I know by name or by sight, and the work that you have done to really increase women's participation. Again, I want to thank NDI for hosting me today, for the government of Kosovo for your partnership, to our USAID mission, and of course to all of you participants who have shown how much you believe in women's empowerment and equality by just the act of being here with us for 2 days to talk about these important initiatives. I am confident in the years to come, we will look back and we will recognize that our joint efforts greatly contributed to the future success of Kosovo's gender equality and gender, not only in political representation, but in economic opportunity and social cohesion, as well as going even further and affecting global efforts to elevate women all across the world. So with that, I say thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your partnership. And while this ends today's session, we look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow as we continue the symposium.